Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming, the Revolution. We got a World War III alert. But before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, Netanyahu is pissed. He's demanding war. Trump's trying to halt the war, but he already danced with the devil. Could it be too late? Let's get into the content.
I love when the New York Times finally catches up to our reporting here at Redacted. A few weeks ago here on the show, we reported that there was a team of anti-war Trump cabinet members who were actively working to prevent a war with Iran, trying to stay away from doing Israel's bidding in Iran. But they were up against neocons. And Israel, which of course desperately wants American help in destroying Iran. They've wanted it for more than 30 years. We played you the clip yesterday of Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, back in 2002 in front of Congress, calling for us to help destroy Iraq, calling for us to help destroy Libya. Check. Yes, we did that. And then Netanyahu, of course, said the third one on that list is to destroy Iran. So far, we've not done that. We learned that this group of anti-war folks is made up of my old co-host at Fox, Pete Hegseth, who's now the Secretary of Defense, Vice President J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Tulsi Gabbard, and Susie Wiles. So interestingly, though, the New York Times says it was the Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, J.D. Vance, and Susie Wiles. They didn't mention Marco Rubio in their reporting last night, but our reporting does include Rubio in this mix, which is interesting. Of course, and then I said, and I'll say it again, the main man sort of leading the charge for war against Iran has been neocon Mike Waltz, the same guy involved in the weird Signal chat leak, which we covered here a few weeks ago. But it looks like the anti-war group shut him down. J.D. Vance shut him down. Marco Rubio shut him down. Pete Hegseth shut him down. And according to the New York Times, though, he's agreed, in fact, they quote this in the New York Times piece, that an attack on Iran would drag America into a deep abyss. Man, Netanyahu must be pissed.
Oh, he pissed.
Joining us now,
and he gonna get
Colonel Douglas McGregor joins us today.
He's not in yet.
Oh, he's not here yet.
Trump should never agreed. He's trapped, and Netanyahu is not going to let them stop this. He's going to attack them, and he's going to put it on the U.S. if Israel wiped out and don't get the help. But the U.S. is going to help Israel.
Yeah, he's not.
All right, well, okay. Well, we'll bring him in a second.
Yeah.
All right, good. So the New York Times reports that as according to Max Blumenthal, who points this out, the New York Times reports that Pete Hegseth was among the Trump officials opposing the U.S. launching a massive war on Iran on behalf of Israel. 3 Pentagon officials have already been fired for unknown leaks. Unknown leaks in this story. Israel lobbyists are now calling for more firings over the leaks that led to this story.
Colonel's in now, Clayton, by the way.
All right. So the Israeli lobbyists are telling our government that they need to fire more people over these leaks because they think that this is really bad news. This is really bad news for Israel because they desperately want the United States to help them bomb the shit out of Iran. Colonel Douglas McGregor is here now. We got him fired up and keyed in. Colonel, good to see you. Welcome to the show.
Well, please don't bomb the shit out of me. I want your stuff.
Never.
Pretty scary.
Good to see you, my friend. What do you make of this reporting? And I don't know if you caught the beginning of the show, because we have been reporting here for the past couple of weeks on this show that there has been this group of anti-war cabinet members really trying to insulate Trump from these neocons. Our fear, of course, I think your fear as well, is that these neocons that like Mike Waltz and others who have been kind of bending Trump's ear are pushing him to do Israel's bidding against Iran. But it seems like the anti-war folks have won out. What do you make of this?
Well, let's put it this way. I think the drums are still beating, the drums for war, but not as loudly as they were before. keep in mind that Donald Trump, at least based on my experience, short experience that I had with him, is someone who is absolutely not interested in going to war with anyone for any reason. It's just not what he wants to do. I also think he's smart enough to know that wars have a bad habit of destroying presidencies. Now, can we escape this trap that he finds himself in? And he is trapped. And the trap was set for him long before he was elected. You saw that at the convention when they displayed the Israeli flag, and above it said Israel first. And then you look at the people who were appointed to the key positions, all of whom effectively swore allegiance to Israel first and said, whatever Israel needs and wants, we're going to provide it. That's our number one priority. I think this is really Donald Trump, more than anything else, who's just not comfortable with the whole idea of going to war. It's not what he wants to do. Now, I just don't know if he can withstand the tremendous pressure that's being brought against him to do something. I mean, this is also true from the Hill. People on the Hill have been part of this war party with Iran for more than 2 decades. It's not just the inner circle. And then, of course, the people that paid for the White House. And they are very much interested in greater Israel as the project and the destruction of everyone and anyone in the region whom they see as either a real or potential opponent of Israel. So I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But we can certainly take a breather at this point and be grateful for Donald Trump's instincts to this stage.
Yeah, and a bunch of these Trump cabinet members, of course, have pretty significant, Israeli lobby ties. That's been well reported. Right. J.D. Vance has received quite a bit of money, has that support. So has Tulsi Gabbard from AIPAC and others. So the Israel lobby is very, very strong. They've, as you pointed out, they've paid a lot of money to get the results that they want from our politicians. How long do you think Trump can kind of keep them at bay and hold them off from launching some sort of a massive attack? And by the way, you bring up a great point. Wars have a funny way of destroying presidencies. Can you think of a time when a war has helped a president in the past 100 years, other than maybe Franklin Roosevelt, I guess?
No, I don't think FDR was helped by it. He died at an opportune point in time. Had he lived longer, I think the truth about Pearl Harbor would have come out. I think Americans would have discovered that we lost the war effectively because 50% of the world was now under Soviet rule or communism's rule. So I don't think so. I mean, Lincoln, the war obviously killed him one way or another. I think the only president who seems to have profited from it is Teddy Roosevelt. And of course, he fought in it, the Spanish-American War, but he certainly profited from his service. Americans liked him, liked what he did, and thought highly of him. But you're right. Everybody else, Woodrow Wilson was destroyed by it. FDR's whole domestic program was destroyed, and then he died, as I said, fortuitously. Eisenhower was smart enough to recognize that Korea was a dead end, and he ended it as quickly as he could on the best terms he could get. Everybody else, Vietnam and so forth, went under. Now, I guess you could make the argument that Desert Storm did not harm George W. Bush, but it doesn't seem to have helped him very much either. So who knows? But I think Trump knows this. The thing that I'm worried about more than anything else is that we seem to be in a race to the bottom, in the sense that on the one hand, we have this very fragile economy, this financial system that is swimming in debt. We have done some very stupid things with the tariff wars that have tended to accelerate the downward spiral. Then we have the war problem. And we seem to make more enemies with each passing day, either on the economic or strategic military level, or both. So I just don't know if we get to the fiscal crisis that I think we're going to hit first, then we will probably dodge the war bullet. But if we don't, I don't think the fight for war inside the United States at the highest levels is over yet.
Yeah, that's why President Trump seems very keen on removing Jerome Powell from the Fed. Of course, going to war with him overnight on that front. He knows that an economic crisis is coming very, very soon in the United States.
He inherited the mess. I mean, he didn't create it, for God's sakes, Right. And there's another thing with Donald Trump. I mean, he should be very upfront and should have been upfront day one about Ukraine. I didn't want this war. I didn't start this war, and I'm pulling out of it. Done. Ending all further aid, withdrawing all of our people, military, intelligence, otherwise everybody out. If he'd done that, he would be a hero right now inside the United States and for much of the world. He blew that opportunity. Now the Russians will solve this on their own, frankly. It doesn't make much difference what he does. He's got to be very careful, though, with Iran, because the Russians and the Chinese and many, many others are keenly interested in avoiding war in the Middle East. And that's why the Iranian foreign minister went to see Putin in Moscow and ended up talking directly to Xi. I mean, these people want peace. That's what we don't seem to get. We're the ones, along with our Israeli friends, that seem to be interested in war. We're all alone in that. Nobody else wants it.
This Saturday, the talks are set to resume between the United States directly with Iran. And apparently the first round of discussions were, quote, excellent from the American side. Excellent discussions. I'm sure that really pissed off Israel. But where do you, if you could give us like your sort of 1 minute assessment here, where you think these talks are going and what you think will come of it?
Well, if you go back to the initial letter that was signed by President Trump and sent to Iran, that was, as I said at the time, effectively the same sort of ultimatum that Franz Josef of Austria sent to Serbia. And it had no chance whatsoever of being accepted. I mean, that document was a sure guarantee of war between Iran and the United States. And I think Mr. Witkoff was sent over and said, look, let's focus on what we think is most important, and that's the nuclear weapon. We don't want that. Find out how we can avoid that. If we can avoid that, then we can avoid war. Well, that's dramatically easier than the ultimatum. That is probably attainable. And let's hope that that's what will happen. But remember, he was pushed to walk away from the joint comprehensive agreement that was reached under Obama. Now he's talking about going back to something similar to that. I don't know how he pitches it the second time around, except to say that this is going to last much longer than 20 years, that this is indefinite or something until somebody walks away from it. But a lot can happen between now and any sort of agreement. There's a lot of water left under the bridge, a lot of people in Washington that are going to fight very hard against it. So I hope President Trump is successful with this, but I'm going to watch carefully, and I'm not entirely optimistic.
Well, follow Colonel Douglas Macgregor on X and visit his great website, Our Country, Our Choice.
The delivery of a secret letter from Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, to Russian President Vladimir Putin, handed over by Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi during a meeting at the Kremlin on 17th of April 2025, has sparked intense speculation about its contents and implications. This event unfolds against the backdrop of delicate nuclear negotiations between Tehran and Washington, alongside heightened tensions due to Israel's reported plans to strike Iran's nuclear facilities. The letter, described as confidential and tied to Iran's nuclear talks, has ignited discussions on platforms like X and in reports from Russian Today, RT, with some suggesting it contains a secret code or critical strategic information. To understand the potential contents of this letter and its broader significance, one must examine the historical and current dynamics of Iran-Russia relations, Iran's military capabilities, the role of Israel, and the Kremlin's strategic interests in the Middle East. This exploration will delve into the complexities of these relationships, the military readiness of Iran, the consequences of a potential Israeli strike, and the unique bond between Tehran and Moscow that could shape the region's future. Iran and Russia have cultivated a strategic partnership over decades, rooted in mutual interests and a shared skepticism of Western dominance. Since the Islamic Revolution of 1979, Iran has viewed Russia as a counterbalance to the United States and its allies, particularly Israel. The two nations have cooperated on various fronts, including energy, trade, and military technology. Russia's role in constructing the Bushehr nuclear power plant, completed in 2011, marked a significant milestone in their nuclear collaboration, despite delays and tensions over Moscow's cautious approach to technology transfers. Posts on X highlight recent frustrations, noting Russia's delay in delivering advanced defense systems like the S-400 to Iran, possibly due to Moscow's own military commitments in Ukraine. Nevertheless, the Kremlin has consistently supported Iran's right to peaceful nuclear energy while advocating for diplomatic resolutions to the nuclear dispute. This partnership is not without complexities, as Russia balances its relations with Israel and Gulf states. But the letter from Khamenei likely reinforces a mutual commitment to counter Western pressure and ensure Iran's strategic autonomy. The contents of the secret letter remain speculative, but several theories emerge from current discourse and historical precedent. One possibility, suggested in X posts, is that Iran seeks Russia's role as a guarantor in a potential nuclear deal with the United States, ensuring that any agreement protects Tehran's interests against Western violations, as seen with the 2018 U.S. withdrawal from the JCPOA, Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Another theory posits that the letter addresses military cooperation, possibly requesting expedited delivery of Russian defense systems or expertise to bolster Iran's deterrence against Israel. RT reports indicate that Araghchi's visit focused on bilateral relations and nuclear talks, suggesting the letter may outline Iran's expectations for Russian diplomatic or military support in the event of escalation. A more intriguing speculation is the notion of a secret code, which could refer to encrypted communication protocols, a strategic signal for coordinated action, or even a symbolic gesture of trust between the two leaders. Without concrete leaks, these remain educated guesses, but the letter's timing underscores its urgency. Iran's military composition is a critical factor in assessing the implications of the letter and the broader regional dynamics. The Islamic Republic maintains a robust and diverse military structure, divided between the regular armed forces, Artesh, and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, which operates as a parallel force with significant influence. The IRGC's Quds Force specializes in asymmetric warfare and oversees Iran's regional alliances, including support for the Lebanese resistance and Palestinian resistance. Iran's arsenal includes thousands of ballistic missiles, such as the Feta-1 hypersonic missile, capable of striking Israel within minutes. Its air defense systems, including domestically developed platforms like the WW3, offer layered protection, though gaps remain compared to Russia's S-400. The Navy, while less advanced, can disrupt maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, a global energy choke point. Iran's military doctrine emphasizes deterrence and retaliatory strikes, leveraging its missile range and proxy networks to project power across the Middle East. Iran's military readiness for a potential conflict, particularly with Israel, is a subject of intense debate. The country has invested heavily in self-sufficiency, producing 80% of its military equipment domestically due to decades of sanctions. Exercises like the Great Prophet series demonstrate Iran's ability to mobilize forces, test missile accuracy, and simulate attacks on mock targets resembling Israeli or U.S. bases. However, weaknesses persist. Iran's Air Force relies on aging U.S.-made jets from the pre-1979 era and Russian Su-22s, lacking the sophistication of Israel's F-35s. Fuel shortages and economic strain could limit sustained operations, and internal dissent, as seen in recent protests, might challenge the regime's focus. Despite these vulnerabilities, Iran's asymmetric capabilities through proxies and missile barrages ensure it can inflict significant damage. The letter to Putin may address these gaps, seeking Russian assistance to modernize air defenses or secure fuel supplies for wartime resilience. Israel's perspective on Iran's nuclear and missile programs has long driven its security policy, viewing Tehran as an existential threat. Since the 1990s, Israel has conducted covert operations, including assassinations of Iranian nuclear scientists and cyber attacks like Stuxnet, to delay Iran's nuclear progress. Recent reports suggest Israel is contemplating preemptive strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, such as Natanz and Fordow, amid fears that Tehran is nearing a breakout capability. Israel's advanced military, backed by U.S. support, includes cutting-edge missile defense systems like Arrow and David's Sling, designed to counter Iran's ballistic threats. However, a strike on Iran carries immense risks. Iran's retaliatory capacity through direct missile strikes or proxy attacks could overwhelm Israel's defenses, especially if coordinated with groups like the Lebanese Resistance, which possesses over 150,000 rockets. The letter to Putin might signal Iran's intent to secure Russian backing to deter such an Israeli attack or prepare for its aftermath. The consequences of a failed Israeli strike on Iran's nuclear and military infrastructure would be profound, reshaping the Middle East's geopolitical landscape. If Israel's air campaign, likely involving bunker-busting munitions, fails to destroy deeply buried facilities like Fordow, Iran could accelerate its nuclear program, potentially crossing the threshold to weaponization. This would embolden Tehran, strengthen its regional influence, and weaken Israel's deterrence. A prolonged conflict could draw in the Lebanese resistance and Yemeni armed forces, escalating into a multi-front war. Civilian casualties and infrastructure damage in both Iran and Israel would be significant, with Iran's ability to target Israeli cities like Tel Aviv via precision missiles posing a severe threat. Economically, disruptions to Iran's oil exports and the Strait of Hormuz could spike global energy prices, impacting allies like the US and Europe. The letter to Putin might outline Iran's contingency plans, seeking Russian diplomatic cover or military supplies to sustain such a conflict. Russia's role in this scenario is pivotal, given its military and diplomatic clout. The Kremlin has maintained a delicate balance, engaging with both Iran and Israel while pursuing its interests in the Middle East. Putin's military, despite being stretched by the Ukraine conflict, remains a global force, with advanced systems like the S-400 and hypersonic missiles that Iran covets. Russia's veto power at the UN Security Council allows it to shield Iran from harsher sanctions or resolutions legitimizing military action. Historically, Russia has shared intelligence and technology with Iran, though often cautiously to avoid antagonizing Israel or the US. The letter could contain requests for accelerated military transfers or assurances that Russia would intervene diplomatically to prevent a US-backed Israeli strike. Putin's strategic calculus likely prioritizes a stable Iran as a buffer against Western influence in the region, making the letter a critical channel for aligning Tehran and Moscow's objectives. The unique relationship between Iran and Russia is grounded in a shared history of resisting Western hegemony. During the Iran-Iraq War, 1980-1988, the Soviet Union provided arms to both sides, but post-Cold War, Russia emerged as a key supplier to Iran, delivering S-300 systems in 2016 after years of delays. The two nations have deepened ties through joint military exercises in the Caspian Sea and Indian Ocean, as well as cooperation in Syria, where they supported the Assad regime against Western-backed rebels. Ex-posts suggest Iran may be seeking assurances of continued Russian support, possibly tied to the recent Russian Duma's approval of a strategic partnership pact. This pact, covering defense and energy, could be a framework for the letter's contents, outlining how Russia might bolster Iran's resilience against Israeli or US aggression. The Kremlin's reluctance to fully commit advanced systems reflects its broader geopolitical balancing act, but the letter may push for a decisive shift. Iran's nuclear program, at the heart of the current tensions, has been a flashpoint for over 2 decades. The 2015 JCPOA temporarily capped Iran's enrichment activities, but the US withdrawal in 2018 prompted Tehran to resume advanced centrifuge operations, reaching 60% uranium enrichment by 2025, close to weapons-grade levels. Russia has played a dual role, supporting JCPOA negotiations while supplying nuclear fuel for Bushehr. The letter to Putin might address Iran's nuclear strategy, possibly requesting Russian technical assistance to safeguard enrichment sites or diplomatic backing to extract concessions from Washington in the ongoing Rome talks. Speculation about a secret code could point to a coded plan for Russia to store Iran's enriched uranium stockpile, as was done during the JCPOA's implementation, to de-escalate tensions while preserving Tehran's leverage. Such a move would align with Russia's interest in preventing a wider conflict that could destabilize its southern flank. Israel's belligerence, while driven by legitimate security concerns, risks catastrophic escalation. Its leadership, under Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, has repeatedly vowed to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons, even at the cost of war. Israel's military superiority, with over 400 combat aircraft and precision-guided munitions, gives it a tactical edge. But Iran's vast geography and dispersed nuclear sites complicate any strike. A failed or partial attack could embolden Iran's hardliners, weaken Israel's regional standing, and strain its alliance with the US, which has urged restraint. The Lebanese resistance's rocket arsenal, capable of saturating Israel's Iron Dome, would amplify the threat, potentially forcing Israel into a prolonged ground campaign. The letter to Putin might outline Iran's plans to leverage Russian support, diplomatic, military, or economic to counter Israel's actions and rally international condemnation of any strike. Russia's reluctance to see Iran destroyed by a US-Israel coalition stems from both strategic and ideological factors. Iran serves as a key partner in challenging US unipolarity, from Syria to Venezuela. Losing Iran would weaken Russia's influence in the Middle East and embolden NATO's presence near its borders. Economically, Iran's oil and gas reserves are vital for Russia's energy strategy, especially as it seeks to counter Western sanctions. The letter could propose deeper integration, such as joint military production or energy projects, to cement this partnership. Historical examples, like Russia's delivery of S-300 systems despite Israeli objections, suggest Moscow is willing to prioritize Iran when strategic interests align. Putin's personal rapport with Khamenei, built over years of correspondence and summits, adds a layer of trust, making the letter a conduit for sensitive proposals that cannot be discussed openly. The broader Middle Eastern context amplifies the letter's significance. The region is a powder keg, with Saudi Arabia and the UAE wary of Iran's ambitions, while Turkey and Qatar maintain nuanced ties with Tehran. Israel's normalization deals with Arab states via the Abraham Accords have isolated Iran diplomatically, but its military cooperation with the Lebanese resistance and Yemeni armed forces ensures it retains influence. The letter might urge Russia to mediate between Iran and Gulf states, leveraging Moscow's neutral stance to reduce tensions and prevent a broader war. Alternatively, it could signal Iran's readiness to escalate if nuclear talks fail, seeking Russian assurances of support in a worst-case scenario. The Kremlin's response will hinge on its assessment of US intentions, particularly whether Washington is willing to offer Iran sanctions relief or security guarantees. Iran's domestic dynamics also shape the letter's context. The regime faces economic hardship, with inflation exceeding 40% and youth unemployment fueling discontent. A conflict with Israel could rally nationalist sentiment, but risks further destabilizing the economy. The IRGC's dominance ensures military loyalty, but prolonged war could strain public support. The letter might request Russian economic aid, fuel, food, or currency swaps to bolster Iran's resilience. Historically, Russia has provided such support, as seen in 2015 when it extended a $5 billion credit line to Iran. The secret code could be a financial or logistical arrangement, encrypted to avoid Western interception, ensuring Iran's wartime sustainability. This aligns with Khamenei's long-term strategy of fortifying Iran against external pressures while maintaining regional clout. The nuclear talks in Rome, set to resume days after Araghchi's Moscow visit, are a critical backdrop. Iran seeks sanctions relief and recognition of its nuclear rights, while the U.S. demands strict limits on enrichment and missile development. Russia's role as a JCPOA signatory gives it leverage to shape the outcome. The letter might propose a Russian-mediated compromise, such as Iran reducing enrichment in exchange for phased sanctions relief, with Moscow as a guarantor. Alternatively, it could prepare for talks' failure, outlining Iran's plans to expel IAEA inspectors or activate new centrifuges, with Russian backing to deflect Western retaliation. The secret code might refer to a diplomatic signal, perhaps a pre-agreed stance at the UN to coordinate responses if negotiations collapse. Such coordination would reflect the deep trust between Tehran and Moscow. Israel's domestic politics further complicate the equation. Netanyahu's coalition, reliant on hardline factions, faces pressure to act decisively against Iran, especially as public fear of a nuclear-armed Tehran grows. However, a miscalculated strike could erode his support if casualties mount or Hezbollah's rockets devastate Israeli cities. Israel's economy, already strained by defense spending, would suffer from prolonged conflict, particularly if Iran targets its offshore gas fields. The letter to Putin might anticipate this, proposing Russian pressure on Israel via back channels or public statements to deter aggression. Russia's ties with Israel, including coordination in Syria, give it unique leverage, though Moscow's pro-Iran tilt limits its impartiality. The letter could exploit this dynamic, urging Putin to signal consequences for Israeli recklessness. The global ramifications of an Iran-Israel conflict underscore the letter's stakes. A war could disrupt 30% of global oil supplies, spike inflation, and destabilize markets. China, a major buyer of Iranian oil, would likely align with Russia to protect Tehran, while Europe would face energy crises. The US, torn between supporting Israel and avoiding another Middle East quagmire, might hesitate to fully engage, especially post-Ukraine fatigue. The letter might propose a Russia-Iran-China axis to counter Western intervention, leveraging BRICS frameworks for economic and military cooperation. Historical precedents, like Russia's 2008 intervention in Georgia to protect allies, suggest Putin might offer Iran limited but symbolic support, perhaps air defense deployments, to deter escalation without direct involvement. Iran's proxy network is a wild card in this scenario. The Lebanese resistance, with its battle-hardened fighters and rocket stockpiles, could paralyze northern Israel. The Palestinian resistance, though less equipped, could escalate attacks from Gaza or the West Bank, stretching Israel's military. Yemeni armed forces, with their drone and missile capabilities, have already targeted Saudi and Emirati assets and could strike Israeli ports like Eilat. The letter might outline a coordinated strategy, with Russia providing intelligence or satellite data to enhance these groups' effectiveness. While Russia avoids direct ties to proxies, its Syria presence gives it insight into their operations, making the letter a potential conduit for indirect support. This aligns with Iran's doctrine of forward defense, projecting power to deter enemies. The psychological dimension of the letter cannot be overlooked. Khamenei, known for his strategic patience, likely views it as a signal to both allies and adversaries. For Russia, it reinforces Iran's reliability as a partner. For Israel and the US, it hints at Tehran's readiness to escalate if provoked. The secret code could be a psychological ploy, a leaked rumor to amplify uncertainty and deter aggression. Historically, Iran has used ambiguity to its advantage, as seen in its 2019 attacks on Saudi oil facilities, which avoided direct attribution. The letter might employ similar tactics, outlining vague but ominous plans to keep adversaries off balance. Putin, a master of information warfare, would appreciate such subtlety, potentially amplifying the letter's impact through RT or diplomatic channels. Russia's military constraints shape its response to the letter. The Ukraine conflict has depleted Moscow's resources, with sanctions limiting access to advanced components. Delivering S-400s or Su-35 jets to Iran would strain Russia's own defenses, explaining past delays. However, symbolic gestures like joint exercises or intelligence sharing are feasible and align with the letter's likely requests. Russia's Black Sea Fleet, despite losses, could deploy to the Persian Gulf as a show of force deterring U.S. naval movements. The letter might propose such low-cost, high-impact measures to project unity without overextending Moscow. Historical examples like Russia's 2015 Syria intervention show Putin's knack for maximizing limited resources, a strategy Iran likely seeks to emulate. The letter's timing, days before nuclear talks, suggests a broader diplomatic gambit. Iran may be positioning Russia as a counterweight to U.S. pressure, ensuring Moscow's voice in Rome carries weight. The secret code could be a procedural agreement, perhaps a side deal on nuclear fuel swaps or missile technology transfers kept confidential to avoid derailing talks. Russia's experience in navigating JCPOA disputes makes it a natural partner for such arrangements. Alternatively, the letter might prepare for a post-talks rupture, outlining Iran's plans to escalate enrichment or test new missiles with Russian acquiescence. This would align with Khamenei's rhetoric of resistance economy, prioritizing self-reliance over Western concessions. Israel's technological edge, while formidable, is not invincible. Its cyber capabilities, demonstrated by Stuxnet, could disrupt Iran's nuclear sites, but Iran's countermeasures, air-gapped systems, and redundant facilities limit their impact. A physical strike would require penetrating Iran's air defenses, risking significant losses. Iran's retaliation via missiles or proxies could exploit Israel's small size and dense population centers, where even limited strikes cause outsized damage. The letter might request Russian satellite imagery or electronic warfare support to counter Israel's advantages, leveling the playing field. Russia's reluctance to fully engage reflects its ties with Israel, but the letter could push for incremental steps like jamming Israeli radar during a crisis to tilt the balance. The humanitarian toll of an Iran-Israel war would be devastating. Iran's urban centers, like Tehran and Isfahan, face risks from Israeli precision strikes, while Israel's cities could endure weeks of rocket barrages. Both nations' healthcare systems, already strained, would struggle with mass casualties. The letter might appeal to Russia's role as a humanitarian broker, urging Putin to propose a UN ceasefire resolution if conflict erupts. Russia's experience in Syria, where it negotiated de-escalation zones, could inform such efforts. However, Iran's hardline stance refusing to negotiate under fire complicates this, suggesting the letter prioritizes military over humanitarian concerns. The secret code could be a pre-agreed UN strategy, ensuring Russia's swift action to protect Iran's interests.
Saudi defense minister, alongside a very senior delegation, they went to Iran. They're going to Iran amidst a very tense climate. Now, there were talks about, well, Donald Trump preparing to attack, and to the media, he was saying that, yeah, if they're not going to agree to a deal, we're going to bomb them. Bombs will be landing. But at the end of the day, he did not really do much. He also said recently that, well, we prefer to reach an agreement with Iran rather than having a war with them, especially after Benjamin Netanyahu was threatening to go and attack the nuclear facilities, and more requests coming from Israel to attack the Iranian nuclear facilities. Now, let's begin with this video here. There was a video that was published after the or about the meeting that took place between the Saudi foreign minister and the senior figures inside of Iran.
It's supposed to be all over on all of the mainstream media outlets. Why they don't talk about Iran and Saudi Arabia supposed to be sworn enemies meeting and talking peace, and the Middle East siding with Iran because Iran had already threatened them, man. If the U.S. attack us, y'all know we're gonna wipe y'all ass off the map, right? This is the leaders of the Sunni world and the leader of the Shiite world right here. These are the leaders. This is why Netanyahu was pissed. This is why Trump said, whoa, let's just say we can't. Yeah, because you ain't got Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia tell the rest of the Sunni puppets basically what to do. If they're not going to ride with you, then you done. You can't do nothing in the Middle East from ships and Diego Garcia base. Come on, now stop. You need them puppets to allow you to use their territory, and they refuse. You wish they would fight Iran for you.
So, very senior meeting between the Saudi defense minister and the top figures inside of Iran. It wasn't just the IRGC, and again, the IRGC is the most important armed group inside of Iran. Iran has, you can call it two armies, the Revolutionary Guards Corps and the Iranian army. And he met with, of course, the top figure in the IRGC. He also met with Masoud Pezeshkian, the Iranian president, and he also met with the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. These meetings are very important and very symbolic. And the fact that the defense minister went and met with the supreme leader of Iran, that bears a lot of significance. It's had a lot of importance, especially when it comes to a certain figure in another country that is not the most senior in that country, in the form of the defense minister, meeting with the supreme leader. Now, what did they talk about? And what did it include? And where is this all coming from? Well, to contextualize the warming up of the ties, or, getting closer, the relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia isn't something that started today. This started to take big steps, especially from China. China started to take big steps in trying to get both Saudi Arabia and Iran together, especially with their massive success in 2023 when they mediated with the help of Oman to get the Iranians and the Saudis together. And after several talks, both sides sat down and they decided that they will start having relations again after 7 years of very tense periods, especially after the war in Yemen, and also the different approaches and different sides that each country takes in relation to regional tensions and regional political affairs and certain groups that each side might sponsor. So there has been some backing to it. Also, last year, there were drills taking place between Iran and Saudi Arabia. And both countries started to have more and more comments that are indicating that, well, they are actually coming closer together after all of these years of tensions. Now, with China's position, China is taking a position of, well, bringing these countries in the region together rather than push them to fight against each other. Of course, this might sound childish, but there are certain figures in these countries who fall for the pressure, especially external pressure. But the more time went by, the more, well, the Saudi government, the Saudi establishment, they realized that, well, the United States isn't really as it's portraying itself. The United States tries to always use leverage against Saudi Arabia with the protection, showing as, you know, Iran is a constant threat. Iran is the threat to the Arab world. Iran is the threat to all of the countries around it. And Iran has taken certain positions previously that might be translated as such, but other countries did too. However, the United States and Israel were relying on getting Saudi Arabia to their alliance against Iran. And they did not want any of the Arab and Muslim countries to come closer together, because that's part of the strategy. That's part of the strategy of the colonial powers. And Israel is the final colonial state planted there and sponsored now by the United States administration. What did they talk about? They spoke about many subjects, and the defense minister carried out a direct message handwritten by the Saudi king to the supreme leader. So the message that came in this photo was actually a message coming from the Saudi king to the Iranian supreme leader. And the talks were about the fact that we are brothers in general, the reports about these talks, that we are brothers, we don't need any external and foreign interventions, we are stronger when we are together, and we need to coordinate on all levels. And reports that the Saudis came with requests to coordinate on all levels. And when we talk about the Saudi and Iranian coordination, this is beyond Saudi Arabia and Iran. This stretches to Lebanon, this stretches to Syria, this stretches to Iraq, this stretches to Palestine, Egypt, other countries too, because Saudi Arabia and Iran are considered to be the most significant players in the region. Saudi Arabia started to lose this position the more the establishment was more aligned with the United States. But with recent years and recent changes that were happening in Saudi Arabia, clearly there has been a shift, and that shift is being reflected with that meeting with Iran, because the meeting itself resembles a lot. The meeting itself is very symbolic. The people or the countries who want Saudi Arabia to be aligned directly with Israel and the United States, they don't want to see Iran included. They don't want to see these leaders sitting with the Iranian leadership. But clearly, some in the Saudi establishment are realizing that the future is, well, going to see a multipolar world. It's not going to see the United States calling all of the shots. Saudi Arabia and Iran joined the BRICS. They are increasing their ties not only together, but also with international countries. And they are forming stronger bonds together that stretch from security, to economy, to strategy, to foreign coordination, all sorts of things. And this coordination would be very, very important. It would be a game changer for the region, because the United States always relied on the frictions between Saudi Arabia and Iran. And unfortunately, there were many sides who were pushing to further divide the countries of the region between themselves. However, there is a shift. Now, some people are saying Saudi Arabia went and tried to reassure Iran that we will not be participating and we will not be supporting any attack coming from the United States potentially, or Israel against you. Now, that argument is quite weak, because it might have included this, but this isn't something new. Saudi Arabia, from over a decade ago, they reassured Iran that we won't be participating in anything, because they know Iran's capabilities, and they also know their vulnerabilities, and they did not want to be part of this. However, these talks stretched beyond that. And also, there were reports now that Donald Trump actually applied pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu not to attack Iran. It was reported in the New York Times that Donald Trump waved off Israeli strike after divisions emerged in his administration. Israel developed plans for attacking Iranian nuclear facilities that would have required US assistance, but some administration officials had doubts. This is officially coming out now that Donald Trump stopped them from attacking the nuclear facilities in Iran, in line with the previous administration's position, preventing Israel from attacking nuclear facilities. So when Joe Biden was there too, they had similar communication coming from the administration, and Trump clearly said that to Netanyahu. This led to a very large debate inside of Israel. The debate was around, well, basically, we don't want to open a front against Donald Trump, and this statement from Donald Trump, we have to basically consider everything to do with it before we take any action, because the United States, well, they are the biggest supporter of Israel. Israel relies on them heavily. They have been supporting them all along. But in Israel, no, they're saying, don't rush, and don't open a front against Donald Trump. Now, the opposition in Israel is saying that, well, no, we shouldn't submit to the pressure of Donald Trump, and we should attack Iran, regardless of the position of the United States of America. However, this is proving that, well, the talks between Iran and Saudi Arabia, they weren't only talks about Saudi Arabia trying to reassure Iran that the United States, we're not going to support them, and we're not going to support Israel with any potential attacks. And they, of course, spoke about economic developments. They spoke about Lebanon, about Syria, all of these things, because there are plans, including economic plans and energy plans to do with exportation from the region to Europe too, with all of the changes. And both countries, if they coordinate, they make it easier for everyone. But there was something very significant that was said, and that was reported by Israel, that they did. It's not only that they didn't just, talk about this coordination. Actually, the Saudi foreign minister made a very significant statement. And that statement was in relation to Israel. And this was reported in the Israeli website, Ynet, that is a major website, and that belongs to one of the biggest newspapers in Israel. According to them, the Saudi foreign minister said, the Islamic world must unite against the occupation and the Zionist entity. That's a statement that is very significant. coming from a Saudi official. Again, this report only came from Ynet, inside of Israel. They also quoted some statements coming, of course, from the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council in Iran, saying that Iran and Saudi Arabia are two important large countries. Strategic cooperation between them will bring security and progress in this sensitive region. We are ready for cooperation at all levels, including joint investment. And then they finalized it with the Saudi defense minister said, according to this report, the leaders are determined to establish friendly relations at all levels. The Islamic world must act in a coordinated and united manner against the occupation and expansion of the leaders of the Zionist entity. This is a very significant development coming from Saudi Arabia. So the most intense statements that came from Saudi Arabia came in the form of refusal towards Israel's, of course, actions. I mean, officially they were against what Israel's doing in Gaza, but there were no significant actions like being taken or visible from Saudi Arabia that were enough to apply significant pressure on Israel. There was a statement after Benjamin Netanyahu proposed that some Palestinians might be displaced or should be displaced to Saudi Arabia. Then there were severe statements coming from some Saudi officials. But according to this report, if the Saudi defense minister is calling for joint cooperation against the Zionist entity, not Israel, when he was in Iran, when he's sitting with the Iranian officials, this is something very dramatic. This is not something that is, to be taken lightly whatsoever. And him meeting with the IRGC and this being the most senior figure coming from Saudi Arabia to Iran. So the talks weren't just about Saudi Arabia trying to reassure Iran and tell them, look, we're not going to support an attack against you. No, there was coordination on all levels, and there were statements about this coordination on all levels. And according to that report in Israel, there was a significant threat against the state of Israel.
Welcome to Deep Dive Defense, military and aerospace enthusiasts. Over here we give rare insights you won't hear elsewhere. Today's topic is Iran's Fateh 110 solid propellant short-range ballistic missile. Unveiled in 2002, this missile is the ancestor of almost all of Iran's solid propellant ballistic missiles existing today. For propulsion, the booster technology from the Zelzal 2 and 3 battlefield rockets was used for the Fateh 110. While the guidance system was derived from the Chinese B610 via its locally produced Iranian version, the Tondar 69. The development of the Fateh 110 was partly motivated by the refusal of Russia in the late 90s to provide Iran with the Iskander short-range ballistic missile. General Hassan Tehrani Moghadam and General Kazemi, key figures in the IRGC Air Force Self-Sufficiency Jihad Organization, traveled to Russia to negotiate the acquisition of the Iskander ballistic missile for improving the precision strike capability of the force. The negotiations with China on the DF-11 failed as well. These events became the driving forces behind the development of the Fateh 110. Although the initial variants of the Fateh 110 did not match the performance, accuracy, and special features of the Iskander, they represented a significant advancement for Iran. The motor casing technology and HTPB solid propellant from the Zelzal series helped shorten the development phase and reduce risks. Similarly, the guidance system from the Tondar 69, reverse-engineered by the Iranians, provided the Fateh with an inertial measurement unit based on dynamically tuned gyroscopes, offering useful accuracy for a missile in its class. while the more advanced Iskander employed jet vane thrust vectoring in addition to its aerodynamic surfaces for quick ascent. The less sophisticated Tondar 69 demonstrated that a set of steering fins with a good guidance system could be sufficient for relatively precise ballistic missile guidance. Consequently, the Fateh 110 was designed with a simple layout, featuring forward canards for steering and rear stabilizers that used unusual vortex generators in front of them for improved stabilization. A suitable transporter erector launcher, based on the already developed for the Tondar 69, allowed for inclined launch and precise trajectory alignment. The Fateh 110 was intended to replace the Tondar 69 and could offer several key benefits over its predecessor. These benefits included the flexibility of a solid propellant missile, such as quick launch capability, no need for pre-fueling of toxic propellant, and prolonged on-alert status. Although combustion instabilities in solid fuel propellant missiles caused vibrations which the guidance system had to manage, the faster acceleration and quicker burnout reduced the active guided period. This would reduce gyroscope drift and improving accuracy. But the main setback was the problem of thrust termination to put the missile into the necessary precise velocity window to hit its intended target on an unguided ballistic trajectory. The Fateh 110A version entered production in 2002 with a circular error probable, CEP, of 600 to 700 meters. This large CEP was primarily due to the guidance system being active only during the boost phase and the absence of a thrust termination system, resulting in residual thrust and velocity uncertainties that caused inaccuracies greater than those of the Tondar 69 liquid propellant missile. The initial Fateh 110A batches had a range of 200 kilometers and carried a warhead weighing approximately 450 kilograms. Despite its limitations, the Fateh 110A's performance was still effective for military purposes, particularly when targeting larger objects and concentrations of equipment. It is believed that the Fateh 110A was exported to Syria as the M600 Tishreen, with a licensed production line in 2006. An improved variant, the Fateh 110B, was unveiled in 2006 and put into production as replacement product. The Fateh 110B variant extended the range to 250 kilometers using an improved steel alloy for the motor casing. This version is believed to have incorporated an enhanced guidance system, adding a wind correction feature upon atmospheric re-entry, improving the CEP to an estimated 150 to 250 meters. Once again, 4 years later, the Fateh 110C variant was introduced and put into production. The range was again improved, this time to 300 kilometers, achieving parity with the export variant of the Iskander ballistic missile that had been denied to Iran. This enhancement was again most likely primarily driven by the use of a further improved steel alloy for the motor casing, and it is believed that the guidance system was also made lighter. The accuracy is thought to have been improved in this version as well. One way how better accuracy might have been achieved is by addressing the main source of inaccuracy, the velocity error caused by the lack of a thrust termination system. By remaining inside the atmosphere for a longer period during the boost phase, the unwanted thrust from residual propellant burn could be managed by dynamically modifying the trajectory and altering the missile's course via aerodynamic steering. The CEP of the Fateh 110C is unknown, but may have improved to below 100 meters. Shortly after the introduction of the C variant, the Fateh 110D was unveiled in 2012. This variant did not improve in terms of range, but it did enhance operational conditions and, most importantly, accuracy. The preparation time for launch was shortened, and the missile's lifespan was extended. The main difference in the D variant was that it was the first member of the Fateh 110 family to achieve true precision strike capability, meaning its accuracy combined with the warhead's destructive power ensured the destruction of the target. It is estimated that the D variant had a CEP of around 30 meters. The specific changes that allowed this level of precision remain unknown, but it is believed that the mastering of fiber optical gyroscopes was the key enabler. An inertial measurement unit using such gyroscopes could sense the velocity error caused by the lack of thrust termination and trim it via trajectory changes when re-entering. Whether other advanced features of the Russian Iskander were matched by the time of the D version entered production is unlikely. Features such as depressed trajectory flight, manipulated re-entry angles for a steep dive maneuver, and pseudo-random terminal evasive maneuvering are believed to have been incorporated to some extent into the never officially unveiled E variant of the Fateh 110. The E variant is believed to have entered production around the mid-2010s and to be the last variant of the basic 200 to 300 kilometer range Fateh 110, excluding more advanced variants that will be the topic of another video. The Fateh 110 is a lifetime limited weapon that requires its propellant to be replaced after 10 to 15 years, a process that involves significant effort. It is believed that the initial Fateh 110 variants, the A and B variants, and likely the C2, have had their guidance systems retrofitted with a satellite navigation mid-course update feature to enable point strike accuracy. As these variants have become less critical in the ever-improving arsenal, the risk of adversary interference with the externally received signal may be considered acceptably low, since the last position update is received in space at high altitude, far from the target region. The feasibility of sufficiently intense jamming and spoofing of the signal might be deemed low risk for theater ballistic missile operations. The footage from the strike against Kurdish separatist groups in Iraq, using the Fateh 110B variant, could indicate a higher accuracy than the original B version likely had. The Fateh 110 is still believed to be in production after more than 20 years, with improved variants that lower production costs and enhance reliability, such as replacing the pneumatic actuator system with an electromechanical one. Fateh 110 variants have been seen in service with Yemen's Ansarullah and are confirmed to be present in the arsenal of Lebanon's Hezbollah. The production volume and the available arsenal of the Fateh 110 are likely among the largest of Iranian ballistic missiles, and the later precision strike versions are highly cost-effective weapons that can be used to threaten adversaries' logistics in the rear. A key difference between the Fateh 110 and other similar ballistic missiles, such as the DF-11 or Iskander, is the simplicity and producibility of the design, which is geared towards low-cost features. This approach has proven its worth over the years. In an ironic turn, Russia, the producer of the Iskander ballistic missile, which was denied to Iran in the late 90s, has reportedly reached out to Iran for the delivery of Fateh-related missiles in its conflict with Ukraine. While the Iskander always had a secondary role as a tactical nuclear weapon delivery platform, the Fateh 110 was geared towards quantity and low-cost, standoff, precision strike capability. The many more advanced variations of the Fateh 110 are the topics of future videos. So that's all for today. If you liked it, give a thumbs up, comment, and subscribe. It really makes a difference in the YouTube algorithm and is a great support to the channel.
Harry Truman, CVN-75, one of the largest warships of the U.S. Navy, which is currently sailing the Red Sea to fight the Ansarullah or Houthi group, part of the Yemeni armed forces. Citing one of the latest videos on Channel X on April 14, 2025, in a new challenge to the Ansarullah group, the commander of the Truman carrier, Captain Christopher Hill, published a video clip commenting, "A morning walk on 4.5 hectares of U.S. land in the Red Sea." Hill is the commander of the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, serving temporarily in this role after the previous commander, Captain Dave Snowden, was relieved of his command on February 20, 2025, due to losing confidence in his ability to command. After colliding with a merchant ship, he seemed boasting from aboard the Truman, which, according to rumors, the carrier, since Trump gave the green light to bomb Yemen without congressional approval on March 15th, has been out of the combat zone. According to the analysis, an U.S. general has confirmed that the USS Truman is no longer operational.
Drones that we shoot down with $2 million missiles.
He acknowledged the power of the Yemeni armed forces, which drained American weapons with drones that cost less than $10,000 each, while the U.S. shot them down with missiles worth millions. In the 4 weeks since it was redeployed to the Red Sea, Truman has been the target of around 25 missile and drone attacks, for which Yemen has admitted responsibility and has always officially confirmed. This may be Yemeni response to U.S. airstrikes, fighting the U.S. with strategy, not money, And as a result, for the first time in history, Truman is reportedly no longer operational there and is now being maintained at an U.S. base in the Red Sea. In addition to Yemen successfully bombing Truman, the U.S. has lost 19 MQ-9 Reaper drones so far. Already a costly operation, with an estimated cost of $33 million each, Yemen successfully shot down the drones, as in the footage on April 14th, the fourth in just 14 days, and the 19th overall worth $627 million. The United States has confirmed that the USS Truman, which was targeted in the Red Sea, has been damaged, and that maintenance work has begun on the ship. According to AI analysis, the video is current and was recorded on April 12th, Saturday, and the images show Truman docked at U.S. base in the Red Sea. In the video leaked from U.S. troops, parts of the ship's turrets are seen covered with tarpaulins, and dozens of technicians are carrying out maintenance work. However, it is unclear whether the damage to Truman occurred during fighting in recent weeks or in the latest attack. In this regard, an image shows how the U.S. Navy KC-130J transports military equipment from ISA Air Base Bahrain to Yanbu to be loaded on the USNS Arctic Supply class ship docked at the port of Yanbu, Saudi Arabia, as part of the USS Harry Truman Group. An example of how the U.S. base in the region is affiliated to attack Yemen, it becomes clear that the sovereign state of Yemen has turned into an arena for regional power sharing. This development coincides with the announcement of the United States Central Command that the new aircraft carrier, the USS Carl Vinson, has arrived in the region to enter the combat zone in the Red Sea, claiming that Vinson has joined the previous aircraft carrier fleet, Truman. Satellite imagery on April 14th confirmed the position of Vinson, the sixth American aircraft carrier sent to the Red Sea since the beginning of last year, now near the Yemeni island of Socotra. This increased military presence underscores the increasing tensions in the Middle East waters, but U.S. forces have previously had to withdraw many fleets, such as Eisenhower, Lincoln, and Roosevelt, and most surprise recently Truman. Mohammed al-Bukaidi, a senior Houthi official, warned on April 15th, "We assure everyone that there will be a surprise that will shock America if it continues its military aggression against Yemen and does not stop its operations."
Hi, everybody. Today is Friday, April 18th, 2025, and our friends Colonel Wilkerson, Ambassador Chas Freeman, and Professor Morandi from Iran are back with us. Welcome back.
Good.
Thank you.
Let's get started, Ambassador, with what has happened in the first meeting between the American and Iranians in Oman. They were evaluating both parties. They were evaluating as positive, but you're witnessing that Witkoff is just changing the rhetoric. Here is what he put on X, and he's talking about Iran must stop and eliminate its nuclear enrichment and weaponization program. This is totally different from what we've heard before from him. Even on Fox News, he was giving an interview. He was talking with on Fox News. How do you see the way that Witkoff is trying to change the rhetoric?
Well, I think we talked about the fact that the administration is divided against itself. Mr. Trump and Mr. Vance have certain views. Secretary of State Rubio and Mike Waltz, the National Security Advisor, and some others are classic neoconservatives. And so the government is not speaks with many voices. But I think what happened in Muscat was that Arabchi, the Iranian foreign minister, proposed to roll back the situation to where it was in about 2015. That is, Iran would agree to retreat from the high level of enrichment that it has since been engaged in, go back to 3.7% perhaps, readmit the inspectors, perhaps they would even improve the inspection regime, and give commitments, which are easy for Iran because it apparently has not made a decision to build a bomb, even though it is close to being able to do so. Go back to that. And I think Mr. Witkoff basically accepted that. And then he went back to Washington, and word arrived probably from Jerusalem directly to the president. You got to stop this agreement. And so he did. And so now he's back to the original demand that Mike Waltz articulated, which is total ban on any nuclear program at all. I didn't notice in this latest statement anything about destroying air defenses and missiles and so forth, but I wouldn't be surprised if that were in there too. So this is not acceptable to Iran, and it's not a formula to go forward. And it is a reminder that it was Mr. Trump in his first presidency who canceled that nuclear agreement, the JCPOA, much on, I think Iran would be taking a big risk to accept Mr. Trump's word for anything. Maybe it's prepared to do so, but not in these terms where the negotiator says one thing one day and then the next day takes back what he said. So this is, I think, a pretty good indication of what some of us have suspected, namely, the Trump administration doesn't know what it's doing and doesn't know how to do consistent diplomacy. It's not good.
Professor Marandi, your take, and how does Iran perceive that?
Obviously, it's a sign, as Chaz pointed out, that the administration is speaking with many voices. And this is not unique when it comes to US foreign policy or Trump's foreign policy, because we see the same thing with China and the tariff war. We see it with other countries, again, regarding the tariffs that they've imposed on them. And of course, we also hear mixed messages when it comes to Ukraine. So it's hard to really figure out what's happening, but it's not a good sign. I agree completely. The Iranians are willing to carry out a deal. We almost had a deal 3 years ago when Dr. Bagheri was negotiating in Vienna. I was there, as I was with also Dr. Zarif in 2015. We reached the final text, but ultimately Biden was unable to agree to it, even though the Europeans accepted that text. I think that tomorrow will probably give us a clearer indication of where the United States wants to go. Either they want to kick the can down the road for a few more weeks, or they're going to go back to what Witkoff was saying on Fox News. But if it's what he's written on X, then that's not a good sign, because the Iranians are not going to accept halting the enrichment of uranium. It's a sovereign right of Iran. And Iran does not have a nuclear weapons program either. So Witkoff's shifting position, I think, leaves Iranians baffled, because a week ago tomorrow, People were optimistic, although I think that the people in charge were telling people not to be very optimistic. Ayatollah Khamenei, he said, I'm not optimistic. And so we shouldn't be optimistic or we shouldn't be too optimistic or too pessimistic. We should get on with business as usual and let the negotiators do the negotiating. I think, though, that the trip by the son of King Salman and the Minister of Defense to Tehran was an important trip. He was supposed to be here last week, but he was ill, so it was postponed for a week. Now, so because there are different interpretations about timing, and I thought that's an important point to keep in mind. But I think it does show that Saudi Arabia wants to improve relations, and that there are issues that Saudi Arabia and Iran can resolve together. It makes things more difficult for the United States if Saudi, and for Israel, of course, if Saudi-Iranian relations improve. And I'm sure it's also a concern, the situation for Saudi Arabia, because if there's conflict in the region, then that will have a huge impact on oil supplies, gas supplies. If the United States starts bombing Iran, I think the whole region, everything in the region will change. One thing, though, that I should remind your audience, and that is that a U.S. strike on Iran is not simple. It's not something that can easily be carried out. If they do not use any of the bases in the region, they have to fly from Diego Garcia. And that is a complicated mission. It's far, the planes are very large, they need escorts. Those escorts will have problems getting close to Iran's borders, those aircraft carriers. And bombing strikes against Iran would have very limited impact. If the United States really wants to get into a fight with Iran, they'd have to bring in, I guess, 1.5 million soldiers. They'd have to mobilize their resources from across the world, of the Pacific, the Americas, Africa. Everything would have to be gathered here. I don't see that happening. And the world has changed. The rivals of the United States are much stronger today. The United States does not have the resources and the ability to spend such money at a time when the economy is not doing well. And I think the trade wars are also going to make it more difficult. So if the United States bombs Iran, that bombing campaign would not be like Iraq or anything like that. But Iran's response would be very severe, because Iran has, I think, probably 300 or so underground missile bases, drone bases across the country. And they've been at making advances and bringing in new technology on a regular basis. They're working on their air defenses to prepare themselves for something big. We saw the major maneuvers that were carried out over the past 2-3 months. So I don't think it will end well for the United States. And the very fact that, according to reports, the US Secretary of Defense did not want, even though he's a hawk, he does not advocate conflict. I think it's probably because people in the know are telling him that this is not a good idea. And I think Tucker Carlson's tweet, too, is probably linked to his connections within the military establishment. But then again, a declining United States may wish, a declining empire may wish to lash out when things are not going well. And then you have the Zionist lobby, on the other hand, that's pushing. You have a deep divide in Israel, a very dangerous divide in Israel. Netanyahu needs to expand the war, to continue the war in order to remain in power. And there's even talk that there could be a deadly internal strife in Palestine. So there are many variables. I don't know any answers, but I don't think that any military conflict between Iran and the United States would end well for the United States. It wouldn't end well for anyone, but I think it would be a defeat for the United States, militarily speaking.
Ambassador, do you want to add something?
Yeah, just 2 quick points. First, I agree with Professor Marandi. The Khalid bin Salman's visit to Tehran and meeting with the Ayatollah Khamenei is a very important development. He carried a letter from King Salman proposing a broad pattern of cooperation, the details of which remain unknown, but very clearly sending the defense minister to Tehran has symbolic significance, particularly in light of the threats by the United States to attack Iran. The second point I'd make is, and I think Larry may be able to add more context here, is that apparently President Trump brushed aside Prime Minister Netanyahu's demands for a joint attack on Iran. And therefore the president has wanted, I'm not sure what the correct verb is, a deal with Iran. Unfortunately, he's surrounded by people who appear not to want a deal, but to want military action.
Larry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say I can't differ majorly, if at all, with anything that's been said. But I would say I would focus on, for us anyway, and for the situation in general, the fact that, as Doug McGregor said, when you invite clowns to town, all you have is a circus. That's the problem. We don't have a diplomatic instrument right now. We have a president who vacillates all over the board from hour to hour, and not just on Iran, but on Ukraine, which is becoming a much bigger problem, I think, even than Iran, unless we do, in fact, decide to bomb them. And then I agree with the professor there that we're going to get our ass handed to us in good military language. So the problem is in Washington. And it's getting deeper every day. It's getting more profound domestically with regard to rights of Americans under our own Constitution. It's getting more profound with regard to what he's doing to the bureaucracy, even the aspects of the bureaucracy that, I would stand up as a Republican and support 100%. He's firing heads of agencies. He's disrupting things. I found out yesterday he just Musk got a hold of, someone for Musk got a hold of the entire Selective Service System records. Now, what's he doing with that? What the heck does he need that for? And what's he going to do? One of the things he's going to find out is there's probably only about 60% of the 18 to 24-year-olds in America that are registered for the draft. So that ought to be a wake-up call, but it won't, because he won't even know what he's looking at. That's my deep concern right now. If I were the foreign minister of Iran, and I walked into that room, I understand they're going to be direct talks now, translators, and I had the first words other than pleasantries, I would say, I understood what you said last week, but I've seen this. Which is the case? And if he said the latter is the case, I'd get up and leave. I wouldn't stay.
Well, there's something of that happening in the Ukraine context with
yes.
a petulant statement by Marco Rubio upon leaving Paris that, if we can't solve this in the next few days, we're just going to walk away, thus demonstrating our irrelevance while having picked a fight with our allies in Europe. So, yes, people do walk away from things sometimes.
How about that for diplomacy? If we can't do it in 3 days, 3 days.
Exactly.
It's not even clear, I think, what he means by we may walk away from Russia, walk away from Ukraine, walk away from the conflict, give more weapons to Ukraine. It's not clear what he's saying. It's sort of reflective of, to me, of everything that's happening in the United States right now.
Yes.
I don't know where the trade war is going to go. I don't know where the war in Ukraine is going to go. I have no idea what tomorrow is going to be discussed between Iran and the United States. I don't know if they're going to be direct negotiations, but it doesn't matter what exactly is going to happen. So if he's going to walk away from Ukraine and then walk away, from the conflict and walk away from the negotiations at some point, if they're going to continue with their maximalist approach, all they're doing is isolating the United States further, pushing Iran, Russia, China, and others closer to each other, and marginalizing the United States.
Yep.
Here is what Marco Rubio said, Ambassador, about Iran.
Continue and that they're fruitful and that they can lead to something. We would all prefer a peaceful resolution and a lasting one. It's it has to be something that actually not just prevents Iran from having a nuclear weapon now, but in the future as well, not just for 10 years with some sort of sunset provision or the like. So we discussed that obviously because the Europeans, the E3, have a decision to make on snapback. Because I believe we should all anticipate, based on the public comments yesterday, that they're about to get a report from the IAEA that says not just is Iran out of compliance, but Iran is dangerously close to a weapon, closer than they've ever been. And then, they're going to have to make a decision about whether they want to reimpose these sanctions. And, if Iran is out of compliance, they have to reimpose the sanctions. So that's going to be a factor in all this. And that's why it was important we talked to them about it before our talks on Saturday. All right?
He almost said in perpetuity. And then the little bit of diplomat in him, the tiny little infinitesimal aspect of diplomacy in him said, oh, don't say that.
Well, basically what he is demanding is perpetual subjugation of Iran and surrender of Iranian sovereignty, which is clearly a non-starter. And it doesn't do any good to articulate that kind of thing in public. There's another element here, and that is, I wouldn't be so sure about the Europeans. I don't think they share the American devotion to Mr. Netanyahu and his effort to emasculate Iran. I don't know how they'll come out. I mean, they have no particular reason at present to feel an obligation to ingratiate themselves with Donald Trump. So we'll see.
It's not something new, Professor Morandi, because we know when Donald Trump decided to withdraw from JCPOA, Mike Pompeo and Bolton did everything for these snapback sanctions. They put a lot of pressure on Europeans. It seems that Marco Rubio is feeling in the same position that Mike Pompeo was trying to do. And right now he feels that he can achieve that.
Well, Trump was incompetent and so was Pompeo, because when Trump left the JCPOA, he automatically lost the right to push for the snapback because he was no longer a part of the P5+1, and therefore he couldn't move to initiate the process for the snapback. So he had to rely on the Europeans, or they had to rely on the Europeans. But I think the snapback really isn't that important. It's not nearly, first of all, it's not as important as it was a decade ago, because the world is changing. And in addition to that, all of the sanctions that would be put back in place as a result of the snapback, going back to the UN Security Council resolutions against Iran, all of those are all of those areas are already Iran is already sanctioned in all of them. The United States and the Europeans have sanctioned Iran, and they're sanctioning, and they will sanction countries that cooperate with Iran in all those areas that are in the UN Security Council resolutions. And in addition to that, look at North Korea now. North Korea is sanctioned, but the Russians are ignoring the sanctions. So UN Security Council resolutions nowadays don't carry the weight that they did a decade and a half ago. So I don't think that if there is a snapback and then those resolutions are revived, and I think it was a mistake by the Iranian side to allow for the snapback provision in the first place, and this just, I think, reinforces the narrative of those forces in Iran who want to take a more assertive stance, that we cannot deal with the West, and that negotiating with the West is useless, because Iran is in compliance with its commitments to the International Atomic Energy Agency.
Right.
All of Iran's enriched uranium is legal. Whatever Iran is doing right now, even if it enriches tomorrow at 99.999%, it is legal within the framework of the International Atomic Energy Agency and the NPT, as long as there's no deviation towards nuclear weapons. And there's never been any sign of that. So if they use the snapback provision, then in Iran they'll say, look, we cannot negotiate with these people. So it hurts those forces in Iran who believe that we should deal with the Americans and the Europeans and negotiate. But as I said, the UN Security Council resolutions today don't mean nearly as much as they did before. The Chinese and the Russians are not going, they're much stronger today. Their conflict with the United States has reached new heights. I don't think that they're going to say, okay, now that the snapback provisions have been implemented, or it's been carried out, and we have the UN Security Council's resolutions revived, we're no longer going to do A, B, C, or D with Iran.
I think Professor Morandi is pointing to an issue that goes well beyond Iran, and that is the increasingly selective approach to honoring or not honoring or ignoring United Nations Security Council resolutions. We've seen in the case of the various attempts to bring peace to the Holy Land between Palestinians and Israelis, that fundamental resolutions are now simply ignored by the United States. And indeed, the danger is that the Chinese and the Russians, who here up to now have been very respectful of Security Council resolutions, because they see them as reflecting a multilateral order rather than the United States alone, that they may follow the United States in becoming selective about what they enforce and what they don't. And this would be fundamentally damaging to the world order in a way that we're already seeing in some respects. For example, the US approach to the World Trade Organization, which is essentially to ignore it and sabotage it. But others have the ability to do the same if they choose to, having and drawing on that precedent. So I think everyone should be very careful about setting precedents. You know, if you go in and detach Kosovo from Serbia, then you're not in a position to say that the borders of Europe are sacrosanct and can't be changed when somebody else does something, like the Russians taking Crimea. So I think this is a very fundamental issue that we confront, and it mirrors the issues that Larry was referring to, and that is the defiance of court orders by the executive branch of the United States, the disregard of constitutional constraints, the erosion or indeed suspension of American freedoms. As we speak, there are two native-born American citizens held by the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, despite the fact that they're Americans and that ICE has no jurisdiction over them. And there are court orders ordering them to release them, and they're being ignored. So we're seeing a breakdown of the rule of law domestically. How much can we now trust in the analog to the rule of law internationally?
And I point out, too, that the President of the United States has made statements that would lead you to believe that he would like to send our native-born citizen criminals to foreign prisons.
And I think President Bukele would be happy to get paid to do that.
Yes. Cash on the barrel head.
Yeah.
Larry, what Professor Morandi and Ambassador Freeman said about the situation and the world has changed. We can see this right now in terms of, we know that in those days of JCPOA and the negotiations between Iran and the United States, Russia and China somehow were helping the United States in putting pressure on Iran. They're not in the same position and they were before. And the region, we know in those days, Saudi Arabia was fighting together with the United States, they were attacking Yemenis, Ansarullah. And right now, it's not the case anymore. Even with the tariffs in Europe, I don't see that Donald Trump has the upper hand to put pressure on Europe. How do you see, Larry? Do you think that they're considering what the position they're in right now?
I hope so, but I wouldn't guarantee you. Not from the rhetoric that's coming from people like Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio and the president himself, of course, which is all over the map. But the people who are speaking for the administration, though they may be disparate voices, are not sane people, in my view, and not working from any strategic sheet of music. They're simply working, if they were working from anything, from the latest pronouncements Trump makes, and trying to make headway under those if they're doing anything positive at all. I think a huge problem we have right now is what others are telling me, and what I think Lisa Murkowski, we were talking about that before we went on the air, is hinting at. We're in significant danger here right now. And I mean significant danger, because he is and his acolytes are dismantling the very fabric of our republic. Now, they've proceeded apace with foreign relations. There's no question about that. They've made a mess of our security relationships in the world. And for all intents and purposes, I think it's fair to say they're going to continue and make them more profound and deepen them. At the same time, they're destroying freedoms here in this country. They're destroying free speech under the guise of anti-Semitism. And I listened to Speaker Johnson yesterday telling me what he's going to do about this 32 trillion or so aggregate debt right now. And at the same time he was saying that, he's not going to do anything about Social Security or Medicaid, or Medicaid's not going to interfere with any of those things. Well, where are you going to find the money, Mr. Speaker? This is nonsense. We have a bunch of people in leadership positions in our government right now who, in both foreign and security policy and domestic policy, are showing me that they are exactly what McGregor said they are, clowns. Or worse, they're intent on something that is not going to be too healthy for the republic, if not destructive thereof.
One of the problems that you can see, and I think this definitely affects the negotiations with Iran, which are the subject of our conversation today, but it's broader, is I don't think the administration has any genuine situational awareness. That is to say, it does not perceive the degree of anger that Europeans, for example, have developed toward the United States, the sense of betrayal that they are experiencing. Its handling of Mr. Zelensky, whatever you may think about Mr. Zelensky, was an example of a total lack of empathy. And its approach to Russia does not appear to rest on any understanding of Russian positions. We're seeing, of course, it's perfectly understandable why Ukraine would now welcome a ceasefire, because it's losing the war. And perfectly understandable why the Russians, I think, would want to continue the war until they achieve the objectives they set for themselves, which they have been very careful in describing and which they have not wavered from. There's been no moving of the goalposts, really, in that war, unlike the way we do things, where we don't have clear objectives. And so I fear that we're capable on the, if you will, on the intelligence side, on the perception of reality side, of making terrible mistakes, and we're doing it. And I agree with Larry. I don't see how this stops.
And just to pick up on another point, if you're looking across the Atlantic, you see a man who is about to be, we think, the Chancellor of Germany, who's talking about sending Taurus missiles to Ukraine, which changes the whole dynamic. These are very sophisticated missiles. They don't get any higher than 35 feet above the ground. They move at the speed of sound. The Russians probably do not have right now a countermeasure for them. They would probably develop one over time. But these missiles are designed and will have to be run by.
Revolutionary salute to our Queen by Capricorn for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, Queen. Salute to you.
By German technicians to go in and tear up targets that are they're incredible missiles. They actually go in and climb as they get to their objective and come head down on them. The warhead will penetrate almost anything to a certain extent, normal concrete, rebar, things like that. And then it goes off inside whatever is penetrated. It's a very sophisticated missile. 150 to 160 of the 600 or so the Germans have, he's talking about sending to Ukraine. This is an escalation of the war. This is Germany in the war for all intents and purposes.
It's also us, because these missiles cannot be effectively targeted without our assistance.
Yeah.
The intelligence support is essential. So I agree with you, Larry. This is incredibly irresponsible on the part of Mr. Merz. And it is controversial in Germany. Not everyone agrees with this, thank God.
One thing that I just like to add, Nima, is that it wasn't as if the Russians and the Chinese were cooperating with the Americans and the Europeans to impose the UN Security Council resolutions. The Russians and the Chinese back then were weaker, and it was more difficult for them to resist the United States back then. So what they tried to do was they tried to water down the different resolutions, but ultimately they were forced to sign them because at that time the United States was still the hyperpower, and they were countries that were on the rise, but not where they are today. But there are a number of other things I think we also have to take into consideration, and that is that not only are these countries stronger today, but their relationships with Iran have evolved. The Iranians and the Russians, after Ukraine, the relationship has improved dramatically. I think everyone knows that. But the relationship between Iran and China after the tariff war has already shifted. It's already changed. And it was changing before that because the Chinese were anticipating the tariff war. So I don't believe that, for example, the United States, and I cannot swear to it, but I don't believe that the United States is going to be able to stop China from purchasing Iranian oil anymore. In fact, I think that the Chinese will probably be purchasing more Iranian oil than before if Iran has extra oil, because China wants to confront the United States. China is looking for allies and partners. And of course, in our region, the only country that is independent of the Western camp is Iran. So the Arabian Peninsula, Turkey, none of these countries are going to tilt towards China. They may do business with China, but they're not going to choose China over the United States. And they're all, as I said, they're already signs that the relationship between Iran and China have been changing over the past couple of weeks. And then in addition to that, I think you have a number of crises that are moving forward simultaneously. The tariff war will begin to have an impact inside the United States within a few weeks, within a few months. Let's say, I heard 3 months from an economist today. Of course, I'm not an economist, so maybe another economist would say something different. But let's say 3 months is true. On the other hand, by the end of May or the middle of May, the Russians, from what we're hearing from the Ukrainians, they are mobilizing. And if there's no peace, the Russians will possibly carry out larger assaults. So the war in Ukraine may intensify. the economy, the economic warfare being carried out will intensify. The impact will be felt. And then during this period of time, if the United States fails to behave reasonably towards the Iranians and the talks fail, then the Americans want to also possibly carry out airstrikes against Iran under these circumstances. And then you have a huge divide, as was alluded to by Chaz and Larry before. You have the internal divide in the United States. Polls, except for on one or two issues, are not favorable towards Trump, even with regards to some of these issues of immigration. For example, the US citizens who are being targeted, or green card holders. And this is becoming an issue in the United States. And while I don't approve of and I don't support Senator Sanders' position on Palestine and Israel, and I think it's completely inhumane. But right now, the reason why his rallies are so huge in states that are supportive of Trump is because there's rising discontent. So the months ahead could be very complicated, very messy, and I think it could be catastrophic for Trump.
If you saw the video the other day, yesterday, as a matter of fact, of Senator Grassley going back to a town hall meeting, and his constituents ate his lunch. He hardly could get a word in. They were furious over the job layoffs, over the farm bill. You might imagine Iowa is our biggest farming state. They were furious. I think he got a real dose. And I think that's happening across the country to a certain extent with a lot of these ripple out effects. People don't understand, for example, that of the million or so workers that are connected with or directly work for the DOD, many of them are out in the hustings. They're not in Washington. And these people are being laid off, or they're worried about their jobs, and they're Republicans, and they're reporting back. And this is just going to pick up steam as it goes along, as you said.
Well, there is a saying, Professor Morandi, that if you put all the economists in the world, line them all up, they still couldn't come to a conclusion.
That's right.
So I don't know about how long it's going to take, but it's very clear that the president is typically misdescribing reality when he says that we're getting rich, prices are coming down. This is not what is happening. We have the same issue, I fear, in the Sino-American trade war, where the president says that we're in direct negotiations with the Chinese, but the Chinese don't agree that they are. I think they are in contact with us because they believe that, as I do, that sound diplomacy, like warfare, requires you always to maintain contact with the enemy. If you don't, you get surprised, you get flanked. So they have maintained contact with us, but my sense is that they have no intention of dealing with Mr. Trump for all of the reasons of erratic behavior and previous experiences that we've all discussed. So I think we're having a domestic meltdown. I agree. I don't know on what time scale, but we're also having a meltdown in our international relationships. Tourism in the United States has collapsed as a result of the conjunction of these two factors. And we're coming up on a new academic year in terms of foreign student admissions. I think we're going to see a dramatic drop-off. The universities are under attack by the administration. Now they will lose much of the revenue they've depended upon because it's foreign students who pay full freight at universities, not domestic students for the most part. So a lot of things are coming together, and I think we'll see how the Trump administration deals with them. My fear is that it will deal with them harshly, in an authoritarian manner. It will double down on the essential dictatorship that is being put in place. And we've seen, Larry mentioned people being laid off. We have the Department of, I call it the Department of Government Incapacitation. which is ripping into everybody with a chainsaw. So I think there's a big backlash. And I would note last Saturday, there were 5 million people came out on the streets in the 50-51 movement to protest against the Trump policies. I suspect tomorrow there will be many more than 5 million. The weather's better, people are more annoyed, and I think there is opposition building that in the end must have some effect. Even Mr. Trump had to surrender to the bond market when it went haywire.
Professor Marandi, if we assume that the best case scenario for Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, if they're capable of putting pressure on Europe the way that they're just Europe getting in line with the United States with the snapback sanctions, how do you see the feeling that comes to the Iranian officials? Because what would be the meaning of NPT for Iran then? What would be the meaning of IAEA inspectors in Iran? Are they talking about these things in Iran?
Well, at the moment, there's not a lot of talk about the sanctions and the snapback. But obviously, if the Europeans and the Americans move in that direction, history has told us that the Iranians are going to move in the opposite direction. They will, I have no doubt, they'll put extra money into the nuclear program. They'll expand the nuclear program. They'll expand enrichment. They'll create new installations, new underground facilities. And these facilities, by the way, are not something that the Americans can destroy. The Americans can destroy, even if B-2 bombers and B-52 bombers bomb the nuclear installations. The key components of the installations cannot be destroyed by, I'm not even sure if nuclear weapons can destroy them, but they definitely cannot be destroyed by conventional weapons. The reason why, for example, last night, Trump carried out a really brutal and genocidal attack on Al-Hodeidah, and he bombed the port, killing workers and port staff, and then killing medics and first responders who came to help them. It was a horrific attack, and you don't hear about it in the Western media. But it had nothing to do with Ansarullah. It had nothing to do with the Yemeni armed forces. But the reason why they're carrying out these atrocities is the same as Israel. Why are the Israelis murdering ordinary people in Gaza? Because they failed against the resistance. In Yemen, the Americans have been bombing Ansarullah bases, but they have failed to penetrate them because they're deep underground. They've been built in the first place to be protected from U.S. airstrikes, to be protected from anything that the Saudis or the Americans can throw at them. So the Iranians would simply, if there was a move towards snapback, the Iranians would simply expand their nuclear program, cooperate less with the International Atomic Energy Agency. And as I said earlier, the impact would be very minimal. It will not have the Americans already have sanctioned everything. It's called maximum pressure sanctions for a reason, because they cannot do anything more than what they're doing already. The sanctions against Iran are even more extensive than the sanctions against Russia, because they need Russia to be able to export some oil. They need Russia to be able to export some gas. They've attempted to shut down all Iranian exports over the last decade. And Biden, by the way, never removed the maximum pressure sanctions. So if we go back to if those UN Security Council resolutions are revived, it won't have a huge impact on Iran. In those areas where it could have an impact, my belief is that the Russians and probably the Chinese will ignore them. And increasingly, so will countries in the region. You pointed out to something important earlier, and that is the region. Both Larry and Chaz, they know the other side of the Persian Gulf much better than I. Chaz was an ambassador to Saudi Arabia, and of course, Larry was the the chief of staff of the Secretary of State. The attitude in the Persian Gulf region is very different today from what it was a decade or a decade and a half ago. Back then, they were egging on conflict with Iran. Now they're terrified of conflict with Iran. And one final point is that if the United States strikes Iran, Iran will strike back, but it will strike at Israel very hard. And it has the ability to hurt, it has the ability to really hurt Israel very badly. And they've held back for a host of reasons, which maybe on another occasion we can discuss that. But it will not go well for Israel. It will not go well for the region. It will not go well for the world. And by the way, one of the few things that Trump is boasting about right now is the decline in energy prices, and I think maybe eggs. But if there is conflict, I don't know what will happen to the price of eggs, but I assure everyone that the price of energy will go through the roof.
Of course.
Nima, let me just say that there is no more, as a military professional, there would be no more opportune time to attack Israel right now, because Israel has got its plate so full that I contemplate in the next 30 to 45 days, either Netanyahu is going to be assassinated or he's going to have to step down. That doesn't mean a good guy is going to come in, but that's how bad it's getting in Israel. If you've been following all these letters that are coming from every element in the security complex, everyone's angry with him for different reasons, but they're all angry with him. And they have bitten off more than they can chew. In Syria, in Lebanon, in Gaza, in the West Bank, they've bitten off more than they can chew. The IDF itself is coming apart.
Let me add
a moment to attack.
If I can add something on the Persian Gulf dimension of this. There has been a contest for influence in West Asia between Iran and the Gulf Arabs, and it's played out in many contexts. Israel has basically ended most of that conflict by decimating Hezbollah, by removing Iran from Syria. It has subdued for Saudi Arabia the concerns that it had about Iranian hegemony in the region. And on the other hand, people in the Gulf, and particularly the Saudis, are now very concerned about Israeli behavior, and the menace of Israel, and what it would mean if Israel started a war in the region. And so I have been watching, and I think I am seeing, and I believe Khalid bin Salman's visit to Tehran is a symptom of this, the gradual emergence of a coalition between Iran and the Gulf Arabs directed at balancing Israel, and by extension, attenuating dependence on the United States by those that Professor Marandi had correctly described as in the Western camp in the region. They're not so much in the Western camp now. Wow. And that is a change. And you can see this, to go back to the mechanics of an attack on Iran, everything concentrated in Diego Garcia. Why? Because the countries in the region don't want to be part of any attack on Iran.
And I think it's important to note there are 3 files where the Saudis and the Iranians can cooperate. One is Syria. The Saudis are very worried. They're not happy with the Turks, and they're not happy with the Israeli regime. Lebanon, if the Saudis and the Iranians can work together in Lebanon, the divide that exists between Hezbollah and the government would be resolved, and that would strengthen the resistance. And Yemen. And so all of these would be very bad signs. And as Chaz rightly points out, these countries are in the Western camp, but the world is changing very rapidly. And while they're still closer to the United States than the Chinese, to Russia or to Iran, but with the behavior that we're seeing in Washington, and also the behavior of the Israeli regime, it's, in 2010, it was everyone, I think most people thought that this region was nice and quiet, most in the West. And just before October the 7th, we saw Jake Sullivan say something quite similar again. But then in Tunisia, when some young man burned himself alive, not in the capital, but because of a local grievance, we saw ultimately that the whole region was in uproar, and governments collapsed, and regimes were removed. That could now happen again. The situation today across West Asia and North Africa is much worse. People are outraged by what's going on in Gaza. The economic situation is definitely not any better. The trade war is going to impact the whole world, by the way. It's going to make it. I mean, the countries like Iran are probably going to be least affected. Iran, Cuba, those who are sanctioned, who are not a part of this global system, they'll be the least affected. But it's going to, the situation is not good. So Saudi Arabia I think, is making a smart move by trying to, and this was a big move. The son of the king, the brother of the crown prince, the minister of defense, coming to Iran, and then the leader receiving him. Usually, a minister of defense does not meet the leader. So I think that this is a sign that U.S. influence in the region is decreasing. The capability for I'm not saying realignment; it's too early for that. But for an evolving relationship is very potential evolving relationship is very bad for the Israeli regime, and it's bad for Trump.
Nima, we're seeing exactly what several of us predicted some years ago. I, in very graphic terms, Israel is a strategic liability, not a strategic asset. And it's being proven right now, day by day, hour by hour.
That's a reminder that we should all take note of, that to make a defense commitment to someone else makes them a liability, unless they bring such impressive strength to your cause that they aggregate their power to you and you're better off. That is emphatically not the case with Israel, and it never has been.
Professor, I think that's something the Zionist lobby in the United States should take into account, because even in the United States, people are seeing that who's behind the arrests, who's behind the harassment of protesters, who's behind the immigration issue for American citizens and others who are legally in the United States, and who is, as Jeffrey Sachs that clip of his, which Trump himself reposted, who has caused all these wars for the United States. The rest of the world has turned against the Israeli regime. The globe, and the region in particular, is outraged. But even in the United States, we saw the recent polls where the majority of Americans have turned against the Israeli regime. And if the situation in the United States continues as it is, and if the situation, economically speaking, deteriorates as well, people are increasingly going to come to this conclusion that the Israeli regime is a liability. It's a burden, as rightly pointed out. None of this is good news for the Israelis. So they can cheer on the U.S. Air Force to bomb a place in Iran. If, of course, those pilots may be killed or captured too. But ultimately, there will be blowback. And I think people increasingly in the United States, ordinary people, they're going to be pointing fingers at the Zionist lobby, the Israeli regime, and nothing is forever.
We can all, I think we all agree that we can expect a rise in discontent in the United States. You've put your finger on one element of it, which is that some elements of the Jewish communities in the United States have become ardent attackers of freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, the right to petition the government for the redress of wrongs, and other rights that Americans take seriously and believe in. But I think there's another element here, and that is, I love the phrase that Rana Faruha came up with the other day when she described our system as Caligula capitalism. And that is taking its toll too.
Yeah. Professor Marandi, before wrapping up this session, I think the other thing that was so much important was the letter from the supreme leader of Iran to the Russian president. And what does that mean in your opinion?
Well, I'll keep it short because Larry was speaking and I interrupted him.
Yeah.
So I'll leave the last word for Larry. But I think it just it reinforces what we've been talking about. The relationship between Iran and Russia has reached new heights. And if you look at the history of the relationship, we never had good relations with the Russians historically. We have a pretty poor history with the Russians. In fact, they occupied parts of our country and they've taken away other parts of our country. So it took a very long. It would take hundreds of years to fix that, and it sort of reminds me of Iraq. Under normal conditions, it would take hundreds of years to fix that. It reminds me of Iraq. I fought in the war in Iraq. And so hundreds of thousands of Iraqis and Iranians fought, more than maybe hundreds of thousands. People lost sons, husbands, children, parents. After the war, and even after the fall of Saddam Hussein, when I would travel to Iraq, or when others would go, they would speak about friction that existed between Iranians and Iraqis at the airport, at shops, in different places. But after ISIS invaded Iraq, the ISIS that Mr. Erdogan and NATO and Qatar and others were funding, after they invaded Iraq and the Iranians went to the aid of the Iraqis and they fought together, the relationship between Iranians and Iraqis changed completely. I mean, there's always friction between different people. It's normal, but the relationship, the past literally disappeared. And what the United States has succeeded in doing between Iran and Russia is to create a relationship where the shadow of the past isn't that visible anymore.
Larry.
Oh, it's extraordinary what we've done in the world to increase the power of our erstwhile enemies. You can't pick a spot other than perhaps Tokyo, Japan. Can't pick Korea. You can't pick Taiwan either. But you can't find a spot where we haven't enhanced the depth of our jeopardy. It's incredible when you think about it. And what worries me too about that very thing coming down to a microcosmic example that could become cataclysmic, Netanyahu will do anything to survive. If he doesn't get his war with Iran, he'll make one. Then what do we do?
Ambassador, before wrapping up, do you have something to add?
Was defeated in the and then marched them out.
In Donald Trump's inner circle against authorizing the Israelis to attack Iran. The article was supposedly based on insiders who spoke on condition of anonymity. Within 3 days of the article, 3 senior people in Pete Hegseth's inner circle were frog marched out of the Pentagon. Do you see a connection? Is the article likely credible? Was there resistance to Netanyahu in Trump's inner circle, in your view?
Yeah, I don't think that article had anything to do with the dismissal of those, 3 of Hegseth's cronies. It's just there wasn't enough time to quote do an investigation and then march them out. But the New York Times piece is important in that it signaled that basically the voices for sanity were Tulsi Gabbard and J.D. Vance,
and shockingly Hegseth.
And Hegseth. Yeah, well, that may be explained by Hegseth finally got a decent briefing about what the real capabilities of the United States are. And they're extremely limited when it comes to carrying out any military attack on Iran. That said, that article was alarming because it reflected the belief among U.S. officials, and the Israeli officials say it. I'm not sure they believe it, but the U.S. officials genuinely believe that in April of 2024, the Iran was defeated in its missile attack on Israel, and then Israel subsequently destroyed Iran's air defense system. They genuinely believe that.
Well, that's got to be hogwash.
Yeah, it's absolutely not true. And Israel didn't even do any kind of significant damage when it launched its attack on October 27th of 2024. So the fact that you've still got people in the Trump administration entertaining this as a viable option is alarming. And then we get the news this week that Witkoff he's doing a 180 from going to accepting, at least being open to accepting the Iranian proposal that they would reduce their level of your enrichment of uranium. He's now saying they've got to stop it all. They've got to end, going back to the demands Trump made in 2018 when he withdrew from JCPOA.
Ray, why would the Iranians ever accept such a demand? Why would they take a step or 2 or 3 or 5 back from even the JCPOA?
They haven't, and they won't. What Witkoff is doing is pretty much throwing a sop to those people who are really, really wanting to attack Iran. It's very clear that the first part of that New York Times article was accurate. Common sense, sanity prevailed. My God, we all should be very happy about that. This other stuff is just the usual pap that people say, well, yeah, Iran has no defense. We know that's not the case. So does the Pentagon. And when Larry says Hegseth probably got a pretty good briefing on this, that was included in that briefing, to be sure. Not the propaganda, but the fact that Iran's air defenses are sophisticated in the extreme, the more so since they've got the latest Russian anti-aircraft and anti-missile defenses. So we've got a situation here where Witkoff is meeting with, Witkoff is going again. Was it Saturday, I think, the 19th, whatever that is?
Yeah, Saturday.
Yeah, and he's is going to continue these talks. The first ones, let's remember that just a week ago, we had the White House saying that the talks then, a week ago, were very positive and very constructive. And Witkoff is saying 2 things, but one of the things he's saying is, look, this is really a promising development. He talked to Fox News and he said, whoa, this is very interesting. The complicated situation is rooted in what the Russians are requiring with respect to respect for their core interests. We're working on that. You're going to be surprised. We might have a deal that will surprise everybody. That's what I go with. They may be shooting for Easter, for God's sake. It's Holy Thursday, right? 3 days from now, they may issue some sort of, after Witkoff has his next talks on Saturday, Easter Sunday would be a great time to announce we've got a framework agreement which Russia and we agree on. Now we're going to bring the others along, and it will eventually involve a ceasefire, but not yet.
So, Larry, Pete Hegseth may have gotten a good briefing and may have given the president good advice, but in public, he wants to convey this impression. Here he is over the weekend with Maria Bartiromo at Fox, cut number 9.
He's dead serious that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. He's said that for 20 years. He's been consistent. That is clear. But he's also dead serious that if we can't figure this out at the negotiating table, then there are other options, to include my department, to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear bomb. We hope we never get there. We really do, Maria. But what we're doing with the Houthis and what we're doing in the region, we've shown a capability to go far, to go deep, and to go big. And again, we don't want to do that. But if we have to, we will, to prevent the nuclear bomb in Iran's hands.
How many misstatements can you count in there? Far, deep, and effective with the Houthis, Larry. We know that none of that is true. And if he's telling Donald Trump, we really can't attack Iran, but yet he's telling Maria Bartiromo and her audience, my department will take care of the Iranians. What should we make of this?
Well, he's deadly serious. He mentioned that 2 or 3 times. Deadly serious. All we got to do is look at the Houthis. When Donald Trump announced the reigniting Operation Prosperity Guardian, it was done under the pretext that the Biden administration, they were a bunch of wimps. They didn't flex U.S. muscle. They didn't even try. We're going to show those Houthis now. And what happened? Since March 15th, when the bombing campaign started, we have launched over 500 sorties, 500 different bombing missions in Yemen. And in the course of that, the Yemenis, the Houthis in particular, have shot down 5 Predator drones. In the preceding 15 months, they'd only been shooting down like 1 a month. Now in 1 month, they shot down 5. And the importance of shooting down the Predators is the only platform that I'm aware of that the United States can use to real-time locate a mobile missile target on the ground and then fire at it almost immediately. And it's one of the reasons that the Houthis are taking these out. So if you're anybody else in the Middle East, you're watching the United States. I'm hearing the big mouth flap, but I'm watching what's actually happening. They're incapable of firing off enough bombs to stop the Houthis, who the Houthis do not have the advanced radar systems that Iran does. Some of them were built by the Iranians, they weren't gifts from the Russians. On top of that, the Houthis don't have the support from Russia. They don't have an air force. They don't have the kind of missile force that Iran does.
What would 500 sorties cost? Is there a way to put a dollar figure on the money and the ammunition the United States is losing in this futile effort to stop the Houthis?
They said over $1 billion.
Wow.
In 30 days.
Judge, money's money here. We got money up the kazoo. The real problem is the disconnect between reality, where the intelligence community says that Iran is not working on a nuclear weapon, and Maria's failure to say, wait a second, Pete, you say they have to be prevented from working on a nuclear weapon. Actually, the intelligence people says they have decided not to work on a nuclear weapon, and that's been true for 22 years. Do you see a change there? Just 3 weeks ago, your colleague, Tulsi Gabbard, assured us all they're not working, and there's a fatwa, a religious injunction against it, and the same guy that put the fatwa in has not reauthorized what he had authorized before 2003. Do the arithmetic. So this is bizarre. It's a red herring. I mean, why doesn't anyone, even Maria, say, wait a
a second.
Yeah.
There are two things here. You're saying
Right.
you're going to push
You know
an
what she
open
also,
door, right?
you know what
Open
she
door.
also could have said to him, and I don't know how he would have answered it, guys. Hey, Pete, why is it that the Israelis can have a nuclear weapon and the Iranians can't? How is a cabinet member going to answer that, Larry?
I'd say they're God's chosen people. God likes them better than you. Okay. Let me show you the negotiating tactic. This is what the United States is doing. I'm not going to appear on your show anymore, Judge, unless Ray McGovern stops driving a Lamborghini. Now, the fact is, Ray doesn't have a Lamborghini. I'm asking Ray to not do something he's not doing. That's the same thing.
I promise not to do it, Larry. So case closed. All right. That's what we were talking just a few minutes ago about the relative strength of Iran vis-a-vis Israel. Now, two friends of ours got in a little bit of a tussle over this. Colonel McGregor was on Colonel Danny Davis's show. Watch this, cut number 15.
What nation on the planet can have their embassy destroyed in another country and to have an assassination in their capital city on an inauguration and not go to war with somebody? Yet that's exactly what Iran didn't do because they don't have the power to do it. So that should tell you.
Wait a minute. That's false. That's a fundamentally false statement.
Which part?
False. They don't have the power to go to war. You haven't looked carefully at Iran. Iran's arsenal of missiles is enormous. It could flatten Israel in a day. They have the power to go to war. They have chosen repeatedly to avoid war. And I've said this 1,000 times. No one in the Middle East is interested in a war except Israel and the United States.
Larry?
Yeah. No, Doug's right. This is, I learned when I lived in Latin America, they had a saying that basically it's translated, people assume that when you're being good, that you are a fool. They think that because you're good, you're so foolish they can take advantage of you. And that's the lesson the United States and Israel have drawn from Iranian patience. Because the entire image of Iran that's painted in the West, it's a lie. It's a fundamental lie. Iran's the number one sponsor of terrorism. Yet, if you go back over the last 25 years and you add up the number of attacks, the number of victims, and the groups that are carrying out those attacks and causing those victims, they're all Sunni Islamic groups tied to the Gulf Arabs. Not a single one tied to Iran. Yet, instead of calling a spade, we prefer to manufacture Iran as this imaginary enemy that must be stopped at all costs. So they have, we saw some of their power on display during their October 1st attack on Israel, where we literally saw a hypersonic missile coming down, deviating, and then to avoid an air defense missile coming at it. That is a remarkable capability that I guarantee you the United States does not have.
Wow. Ray, as to the essence, or both of you, as to the essence of what Colonel McGregor just said, does the intelligence community know that? Do your sources say the same thing? Is Iran's arsenal enormous? Can they flatten Israel in a day if they chose to do so? Well, as Larry just hinted, they've already demonstrated their ability to do that. Okay. They have missiles that cannot be intercepted, that cannot be defended against. So McGregor is right. And I dare say McGregor may be talking to people who are talking to Tulsi Gabbard. Okay. And it may be that Tulsi Gabbard has told Pete Tracy Hegseth that this is crazy. And it may be that Hegseth went to the president while Bibi Netanyahu was in the Oval Office and said, look, Mr. President, turn him down. Tell him no, you're not going to do it. And that's what happened. I hate to cite the New York Times because they're half wrong as well as half right, but I accept half a truth here when they say that finally Trump was persuaded to say, no, sorry, Mr. Netanyahu, we're sending We're sending a Witkoff to talk this out, and we're not going to let you. We're not going to attack Iran. And if you try it, you're on your own. You're on your own, baby. You understand that? You're on your own.
Ray, could switching gears to Ukraine, could President Trump possibly? I guess the answer possibly is yes. Is it likely that President Trump signed off on the crazy suggestion of General Kellogg to divide Ukraine up into protectorates like Germany was after World War II, and with the expectation that the Russians would accept this?
Judge, as you know, the president is unpredictable. My guess, and it's only a guess, is that no, Kellogg is off selling his own plans together with the British and the French and the Germans, for God's sake. Kellogg is out of it. That's why he's not allowed to negotiate any of this. And he's teamed up with this faction, and it's very real, very real. And I think Rubio is part of it. Try saying, no, don't do this. We can't make good relations with the Russians unless we inflict a defeat on them in Ukraine. Totally irrational, totally impossible.
Larry, Gilbert Doctorow tells us that Frederick Merz, the incoming chancellor of Germany, I forget the name of this, but is prepared to send to Ukraine Germany's best offensive missiles, which require
the Taurus.
Right. Thank you. Which require German civilian and military technology and know-how in order to exploit. Is this going to make Germany a co-belligerent? Is this going to expose Berlin to military response from the Russians?
Yeah, I think we're coming to that point. Look, here's the reality. Not only is Germany a co-belligerent, England a co-belligerent, France a co-belligerent, but the United States is still a co-belligerent. Donald Trump whining the other day about, it's not my war, it's Joe Biden's war. Well, sorry, dude. You're now president. You've got it in your power to put an end to it today. And all you got to do is say, we're turning the money off, no more money. We're pulling out the CIA and military advisors. They're done. And you're not getting any more intelligence. It's over. But instead, there's growing evidence that the United States, we like to say that Russia, launched this attack. We not only provoked it, this was part of a U.S. plan. I think I've mentioned before, if I haven't, I would recommend people go back to August of 2021, read in the National Interest magazine an article by A. Wes Mitchell. W-E-S-S is how you spell Wes. It is a paper that was originally prepared in December of 2020 for Pentagon's Office of Net Assessments. And what he lays out in there is basically saying, look, we've got to prevent Russia and China from growing closer together. And so our best option is to force Russia into a war with Ukraine. And in forcing them into this war, we will level a defeat on them that will force them to come and suck up to us and be one of our lackeys. And lo and behold, in November of 2021, what happens? The United States starts building up the logistics base in Poland that has been used to funnel all the arms and weapons into Ukraine. So this was a setup from the beginning. The United States has actually carried out an act of war against Russia, and we ought to be down on our knees at Easter time, thanking God that the Russians haven't held us accountable for that.
What is Intel doing, Ray? Are we back to the Biden days where the intel the president gets is what they think he wants to hear? Or now that it's coming through Tulsi Gabbard, is it unvarnished?
Well, I don't know how unvarnished it is, but it's very effective in preventing Trump from doing something really stupid, letting himself be mousetrapped into a war with Israel against Iran. With respect to the Taurus missile, Gil Doctorow is a very bright guy, and he's very prescient in warning that this would up the ante with respect to Russia's reaction to Germany. But, you know, Putin is very, very circumspect. Towers will be pinpricks. Most of them will be shot down. It will be an additional irritant in relations. But I don't think that Putin, having won the war, is going to attack Berlin or Ramstein or any of those bases. He's going to say, look, Mr. Trump, this is how bad it is. Are you going to rein these guys in? Or are you going to say, hey, NATO is finished. You guys do this kind of thing with the towers. Article 5 doesn't apply. Putin and Trump are together on this thing. So I don't see any Russian attack on Berlin, even if one of these towers missiles gets through. And I think that they'll have trouble getting through. So pinpricks are pinpricks. I think that's the way that Putin looks at it.
Last subject matter, the perception of tariffs in China. I'm going to play a fascinating clip from a Chinese TikTok influencer who speaks perfect English. This is the Chinese view of Donald Trump's imposition of a 245% tariff on Chinese goods coming into the United States. Chris, cut number 20.
They rob you blind and you thank them for it. That's a tragedy. That's a scam. That's why I'm saying this right now. Americans, you don't need a tariff. You need a revolution. For decades, your government and oligarchs won't ship your job to China, not for diplomacy, not for peace, but to exploit cheap labors. And in the process, they hollowed out your middle class, crushed your working class, and told you to be proud while they sold your future for profit. And yes, China made money, but we used it to build roads, lift millions out of poverty, fund healthcare, raise living standard. We reinvested in our people. My family also benefited from it. What did your oligarchs do? They bought yachts, private jets, mansions with golf course driveways. They manipulate the market, dodged tax, and poured billions into endless wars. And you get stagnated wages, crippling healthcare costs, cheap dopamine, debt, and flagged wave probably made in China while they pick your pocket. For 40 years, both China and the United States benefit from the trade, the manufacturing, but only one of us use that wealth to build. This isn't China's fault. This is yours. You let this happen. You let the oligarchs feed you lies while they made you fat, poor, and addicted. Now they blame China for mess they made. I don't think so. I don't think you need another tariff. You need to wake up. You need to take your country back. I think you need a revolution.
Tantalizing, Larry, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, there's a report that came out on Thursday, and some American analysts seized on us and said, see, this is working, that China supposedly sent a message to Trump saying, look, if you start speaking respectfully to us, then we can talk. And so they took it, say, see, China just, as long as they're not calling them names, they're going to cave. But based upon, you know, what your conversation with Pepe and what he's observed on the ground in Shanghai, I don't see China caving on this. And I think China still holds a lot more cards with respect to the United States and resolving, you know, on the whole issue of trade. And that Chinese influencer, he said something very important, but it was incorrect. He said the United States has wasted billions of dollars on foreign wars. No, it's trillions,
right?
Not billions, trillions. And part of the reason we have this enormous fiscal deficit in the United States It's not because the Chinese were building cheap trinkets and we were stupidly buying them. It is that we were spending money like a drunken sailor on liberty, and but we were spending it on foreign wars. We weren't investing it in the United States. We weren't investing it in infrastructure, and as a result, we now got ourselves in this pickle. But like any good alcoholic, by God, we're not going to take responsibility for ourselves. We're going to blame the Chinese.
Ray, your thoughts on what this young man just said? By young man, I meant Larry, but I was referring.
Yeah.
I was referring to the Chinese TikTok influencer.
Oh, damn.
Well, do we need a revolution? Let me not go out on a limb here. Let me just repeat what Thomas Jefferson wrote. Where in the course of human events it becomes necessary for, I'll let you read the rest of that first sentence.
Right.
Now,
One group of people to dissolve the political bands that have connected them to another, and
You
to
got it.
assume among
Okay.
themselves the powers of the earth. Go ahead.
The equal station, yeah. So this is not subversive, unless you're talking about a monarch that wants to impose his or her will on us. It's independence. It's laudable. That's what we need to do now. Thomas Paine, just a year or two later, said, there's an opportunity to be a summer soldier and bask in the sun and get a nice suntan, or be a winter soldier. Well, we've got to be winter soldiers now. Now, 12 of my friends out at Travis Air Force Base blocked the supply of bombs to transport aircraft going to Israel last Thursday, or maybe it was Wednesday, for several hours. They ended up in jail, but then they were quickly released. Those are the people that we have to emulate, okay? What I'm saying here is that we have precedent. We have Jefferson. We have Tom Paine. We also have Emerson. And, I was looking at this just yesterday. We have Emerson and Thoreau. Now, the Thoreau wouldn't pay his taxes because he didn't think the U.S. imperialists should take over taxes. Now, I made a big point of this in one of my talks, and they said, well, he was sort of right, wasn't he? Maybe we shouldn't have taken over Texas. Well, yeah, okay. The point is this. Thoreau goes to jail, all right, because he wouldn't pay $5 or something. Now, Emerson comes along, his good friend, and he says, what are you doing in there? And he says, that's not the question. What are you doing out there? Now, that's the question for all of us. It's time to put our bodies into this thing. There are other bomber bases that are being loaded with bombs to kill Palestinians in Gaza and elsewhere. Let's find out where those bombs are being transported. Let's block the transport of those things, because that's exactly what Tom Paine would do. That's what Thomas Jefferson would do. And it's certainly what Thoreau would do. So we have good precedent here. Why don't we step up and live up to our ideals, even if it means being battered around a little bit by police and maybe an overnight in jail. That's my take on that.
And you, of course, have experience at being battered around. Ray, you have the courage of a tiger. Thank you very much. Larry, thank you. Thank you, guys. A happy Easter.
If you think the Russian army's numerous battlefield victories are a clear sign that the war is about to end, then you are deeply mistaken. As I said earlier, the more imminent Russia's victory in this conflict, the more dangerous Ukraine and its Western patrons become. My dear truth seekers, you must understand that if the Kiev authorities feel the inevitability of an impending surrender, they will do everything to escalate the conflict and provoke the outbreak of a new global war. The worst thing is that the so-called European patrons of this Kiev regime fully support their Ukrainian puppets. Moreover, the so-called European leaders do not even hide the fact that Russia is not fighting against Ukraine, but against the collective West and its military machine in the face of the North Atlantic Alliance. In particular, at the end of 2024, the foreign ministers of France and Britain explicitly stated that the West could not allow Ukraine to be defeated in the current war, as this defeat would mean the defeat of the entire collective West. Moreover, it is worth remembering the words of German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock. In particular, in January 2023, she bluntly stated that the West is waging a real war against Russia. In this context, it becomes evident that European nations, spearheaded by Britain, France, and Germany, will do everything possible to ensure that this conflict does not conclude with a victory for the Russian Federation. It is noteworthy that European countries are trying to harm Russia not only in Ukraine, but also in other regions of the world. Against this backdrop, I would like to draw your attention to the Baltic region, where the situation continues to deteriorate rapidly. Over the past 5 months, the situation in the Baltic Sea has deteriorated to such an extent that many experts have expressed confidence that World War III will begin precisely in the Baltic region. It is noteworthy that in autumn 2024, when the Russian army started to win victory after victory, seizing control of nearly all key settlements in Donbass, very strange events began to unfold in the Baltic Sea. For instance, on November 18, 2024, 2 underwater cables were damaged that transmitted data between countries like Lithuania, Germany, Sweden, and Finland. A month later, 3 more underwater cables were seriously damaged. Immediately after that, European countries blamed Russia for the incident. Without evidence, European countries in all seriousness said that these underwater cables allegedly damaged Russian oil tankers. In this regard, NATO warships and patrol planes began literally to chase Russian civilian vessels. Over the past 3 months, European countries have illegally detained 5 oil tankers. The main purpose of these illegal detentions is to disrupt the work of the Russian Shadow Fleet and block Russian ships from entering the Baltic Sea. In addition, European countries have also begun to provoke Moscow in Ukraine. Over the past 6 months, European countries have not only increased the number of so-called NATO military advisors in Ukraine, but have also begun to actively participate in the development of military operations against Russian troops in Donbass, and such Russian regions as Kursk and Belgorod. Everything that was happening indicated that these European warmongers are ready to provoke any escalation, in order to harm Russia. In this regard, Moscow has decided to bring European warmongers to their senses with the help of the latest types of weapons. In particular, during the recent massive missile strike on Ukraine, the latest Russian hypersonic missiles hit a very well-guarded strategic facility in Kiev. Later, the military and political leadership of the Russian Federation admitted that one of the buildings of the security service of Ukraine, in the central part of Kiev, was hit by the world's most powerful and fastest hypersonic cruise missile, Zircon. Even though this building was protected by the most advanced Western air defense systems, hypersonic missile Zircon still managed to hit the target, killing dozens of Ukrainian and Western officers. Given the unique characteristics of this hypersonic cruise missile, it becomes clear why Western air defense systems were powerless against it. The fact is that Zircon is capable of reaching speeds of Mach 9, or 11,000 kilometers per hour, and hitting targets at a distance of 1,000 kilometers. Moreover, Zircon is even capable of carrying nuclear warheads. No other country has missiles with similar characteristics in its inventory. It is not for nothing that military experts have dubbed this missile the world's most powerful and fastest annihilation system. Moreover, even though Zircon was adopted by the Russian army in August 2022, Russian engineers are still continuing to enhance the combat capabilities of this unique hypersonic missile. In particular, warships of the Northern and Baltic fleets regularly test this missile. And each time, Zircon only gets more powerful and more deadly. These hypersonic gods of war have such impressive capabilities that they can even send an entire aircraft carrier group of a potential enemy to the bottom. And it seems that the Russians are fully cognizant of the formidable missile available to them. The frigate Admiral Gorshkov successfully fired a Zircon hypersonic missile from the Barents Sea at a sea target located in the White Sea. According to objective control data, the strike was delivered from a distance of about 1,000 kilometers, which is the maximum range of that hypersonic missile. My friends, in this video, I will explain to you in detail what all this means in practice. It is no secret that the main function of the Russian Navy as a branch of the armed forces is to provide strategic nuclear deterrence to a potential enemy. And this potential has increased with the advent of Caliber long-range cruise missiles, which can also carry special warheads. The Russian fleet has become the main carrier of these missiles. However, the Caliber missile is also threateningly dangerous with a conventional high-explosive warhead. The Caliber has already proven to be highly effective in modern conflicts. And what is important, the Russian military-industrial complex has managed to put the production of these missiles on a flow even under conditions of total sanctions. But although the range of the sea-based Caliber missile is 1,400 kilometers, it is still a much less formidable weapon than the Zircon hypersonic missile with its warhead weighing up to 400 kilograms and speed up to Mach 9. Saturday's launch of the Zircon hypersonic missile from the frigate Admiral Gorshkov was the final in the cycle of state tests from surface carriers. This means that already this year, the Russian army will begin to receive serial Zircon hypersonic missiles. Mass production of Zircon hypersonic missiles has already been established at the NPO machine building plant, which is a part of the Corporation Tactical Missile Weapons. Also, the first carrier of hypersonic missiles Zircon is already known. It will be the frigate Admiral Golovko, which will be part of the 43rd Missile Ship Division. Battleships of Project 22-350 are designed to perform the widest range of tasks in any theater of military operations. Equipping these battleships with hypersonic weapons will seriously enhance the combat power of the Russian fleet. Special infrastructure is needed to store and maintain high-tech weapons. In cities such as Gadzhievo and Severomorsk, the construction of workshops for the preparation and maintenance of hypersonic missiles for sea and underwater basing began. This has already made it possible to move more than 30,000 tons of weapons to modern storage facilities and ensure the survivability of the logistics system of the Russian Navy. But that's not all. Zircon is already preparing to enter service with the Russian surface fleet. However, this hypersonic missile will become even more deadly when it enters service with Russian submarines. Relevant state tests are still ongoing. Meanwhile, it has already become known that Russian engineers have also created a land-based version of the Zircon hypersonic missile. According to some reports, the new coastal complex for launching hypersonic missiles Zircon is already in a high degree of readiness. And this complex will be used not only against sea, but also against ground targets. It is worth noting that a similar Bastion coastal missile system equipped with the Onyx missile, which was developed for naval purposes, also proved to be highly effective against ground targets. To date, it has already hit several dozen ground targets with pinpoint accuracy. The upcoming installation of Zircon hypersonic missiles on combat duty is a new and very significant and also very fast war factor. And the fact that these hypersonic missiles will primarily be deployed in the north, and not in the south, where the conflict is already raging, indicates that Russia is making a clear hint to its northern neighbors, who have decided to join the ranks of the anti-Russian alliance. Furthermore, at the end of March 2025, during the launch of the latest nuclear submarine Perm, Russian President Vladimir Putin officially announced that this submarine became the first to be equipped with the newest Zircon hypersonic cruise missiles. We will continue to strengthen the military maritime fleet of the Russian Federation. We will increase the pace of construction of surface and submarine ships, and equip them with the latest types of weapons. These submarines and warships, armed with the latest hypersonic missiles, will strengthen the power of all our fleets, and allow us to protect Russia's national interests in various areas of the world's oceans, Vladimir Putin said. Thus, as of 2025, the Russian Navy is the world's only force that includes submarines and warships, armed with hypersonic cruise missiles. Well, my dear truth seekers, let's hope that there are still wise politicians in the European Union who will do their best to ensure that Russia never has to use these deadly missiles against European countries.
With some fresh intrigue, the declassified file posted on the CIA's website describes a bizarre Cold War era incident involving a supposed alien attack on Soviet soldiers. According to the report, which draws from the Canadian and Ukrainian sources, Soviet troops allegedly shot down a UFO during a training exercise sometime around 1989 or 1990. We'll tell you all about how crazy this thing unfolds here in just a second. I want to save that for you in a second. But today we've got filmmaker, UFO investigator James Fox joining us. You know him from documentaries like Moment of Contact and The Phenomenon, which dig deep into some of the most compelling UFO encounters on record. And his latest is called The Program. James, let me just show a little teaser here before I say hello to you. Here is The Program. Watch.
In 2017, the New York Times published a story exposing a secret government program investigating UFOs.
That story was kind of a catalyst for a lot of things that have happened since. Members of Congress started to ask questions.
Instruments report there is something there. There are flight characteristics that we can't explain.
UAPs are unexplained. It's true. They need to be investigated.
Here we are having a hearing where just a few years ago, we didn't even acknowledge that these things were real.
There he is. James Fox is the man behind these great documentaries, and he's a fantastic UFO investigator. And James, what I love about your work is you come at it from a real, I think almost like I should say skeptical point of view and a real clear-headed point of view when you approach these stories. So I wanted to have you on because this story seemed like right up your alley. First, maybe you want to paint a picture for us what you think of this story, this CIA document that's resurfaced.
Absolutely. So one thing that I can say, obviously we're looking at a document that was previously classified that leaked. George Knapp has a bunch of previously classified documents that he sort of snuck out of Russia in the mid 90s that revealed incursions from UFOs over, ICBM base in Ukraine where UFOs allegedly activated a couple missiles that were directed to the United States and started a missile launch, which was terrifying. And then after, I guess that, the Russians developed a hands down, no shoot policy against UFOs because of obviously their displayed or their exhibited technology flies rings around what we can do. But I will say, I did speak directly with a general, Parviz Jafari in Tehran, Iran, who had a really dramatic encounter with a UFO in 1975 or 76, and he tried to shoot it out of the sky.
Famous incident.
Very famous incident. And I spoke to him personally. I flew him into Washington, D.C. to testify at the National Press Club with Leslie Kean. And he said that he thought he was going to have to jump out of his airplane in the middle of the night because this UFO froze everything in his cockpit. And like it read his mind as he was about to shoot this thing. He's going to literally has it in his sights. He's going to pull the trigger and his airplane just completely freezes up. So there was a policy adopted, I think, internationally. When you see UFOs, don't take a hostile, aggressive position. Just leave them alone, and they won't bother you. So,
oh my gosh!
So reading,
although that's kind of ballsy, though, to think about even shooting it. Did he tell you why he thought to do that? Was it being aggressive towards him?
Well, no, because he said, you know, when you see something, as you're trained as a military person, a fighter pilot, when you see something in the sky that you're unable to identify and it's not revealing its identity, you got to shoot it out of the sky. You have to think of it as potentially hostile. And this thing apparently was flying rings around his F-4 Phantom jet. But he got a lock on it, and he said he was a bead away from pulling the trigger to try to shoot this thing out of the sky, and that's when all hell broke loose. So,
which begs the question: if they can read his mind, why can't they teleport or telepathically say, "We're not hostile. We're not doing"? Like it's just so many questions.
It's really interesting. I interviewed this gentleman years later. I flew him out to Washington, D.C., along with a number of other military and government officials from 7 countries. And he was reflecting back on the incident. And he said, James, one of my biggest regrets was I didn't try and make peaceful contact with this thing. Instead, I took an aggressive, hostile approach and tried to shoot it out of the sky when it wasn't threatening me in any way. And it's interesting, there are other documents that have leaked out since that alleged incident in, I think it was it was actually late 80s. But there was a landing case that happened in Moscow. I'm trying to remember the name of it, Vonaneth, 1989. And these aliens, allegedly, made contact with children. And that happens all around the world. So you wonder if the military is going to take a hostile position, perhaps, and if you did want to make contact, and again, I'm speculating, but it's informed speculation, I would probably rather make contact with children than fighter jets.
Sure.
So I want to go through this document a little bit here, the CIA document here. So what it reads like science fiction, but according to the CIA document, 5 humanoid beings reportedly emerged from the wreckage. They fused together, and then they emitted a blinding flash of light. Then they allegedly turned.
After they were shot. Yeah, this was after they were shot down, apparently.
Which is even more amazing. Then they turned, after they were shot down, they turned 23 soldiers into stone. Only 2 men survived. The remains were reportedly moved to a secret lab near Moscow, where scientists found the soldiers' molecular structure matched that of limestone. What the? I mean, I've heard a lot of UFO stories over the years. And of course, I'm fascinated by it, but I've never heard of a story like this. Have you?
In Greek mythology,
I've heard. I could tell you of dozens and dozens of close encounters of the third kind. That's when people report entities connected with the craft all around the world: China, Russia, Australia, Africa, Brazil. I mean, United States. We've had amazing close encounters of the third kind, extremely well documented. But people taking aggressive position towards alleged aliens and then being turned to stone—that's a first.
Yeah, I mean, Natalie brings up a great point, Greek mythology.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe, you turn on Ancient Aliens, you can certainly see a lot of, connections between things that have happened thousands of years ago. I mean, I don't want to make a huge leap here, but maybe there is something there.
Look, you look at Jacques Vallée, who's one of the intellectual heavyweights within the scientific community, who's investigated UFO reports for his entire career, and he's in his 80s. He wrote a book called Wonders in the Sky, and it basically documents, since recorded time, these alleged close encounters of the third kind, close encounters of the second kind, cave art, just dating back thousands and thousands of years. So it's my opinion and the opinion of many other researchers that the phenomenon is nothing new. It's been interacting with humanity since the dawn of recorded time.
Where do you come down on disclosure right now and what you're seeing from the Trump administration? I've represented, we had Representative Luna on the show. We had Congressman Burchett on the show a few weeks ago. I mean, all trying to move in this direction, but I think Americans get like stuck in the mud. Like, where are we with all of this? You've been a huge asset to help in this as well.
That's a fantastic question, and that's one of the things I've been addressing, because people, I think, are feeling really frustrated within the UFO community. Like we've had 3 congressional hearings in the last 3 years, 2 of which we've had high-level intelligence officers testify to a bipartisan group of lawmakers under oath. There are consequences for lying to Congress, under oath, that we have a crash retrieval program, that we are in possession of definitive proof that we are not alone. Bodies and craft. Now, those are some really lofty allegations, that the implications are so profound that we owe it to ourselves to continue this push for transparency, support the lawmakers. So what I've been doing, I feature a couple of people that are apparently firsthand witnesses in the program, this film that I've got out right now, and I'm asking them, it's really frustrating when you tell us there's so many things that you can't say on camera. What is it going to take? And essentially, what I'm getting is President Trump can wave the magic wand with an executive order and relieve us of our NDAs and free from violating our national security oaths, and I'll give you the street addresses. So that's where this is heading. And I think that we have a few projects. We basically want to hand the administration on a platter, the names of these individuals, and just say, hey, wave the magic wand. They'll give you the street addresses.
Wow. Well, I think that's what it's going to have to take, because you're right. We get the Groshes up there. We get David Grush. We get these other people who tell us about the crash retrieval program. We hear about these recovered biologics or bodies, Luis Elizondo and others testifying before Congress. And then you have these Congress sort of butting heads with the Pentagon right now. Like, what can we declassify? What can we admit to the American people? And President Trump has said on day one, full transparency. So it's going to fully, I guess, come down to him with a pen.
So very interesting. I had a meeting with the new head of Aero, John Kosklowski. And there were certain aspects of the meeting that I was not allowed to talk about publicly, because it's kind of an ongoing investigation. But one of the things he said to me, which I thought particularly interesting, was, look, he said, I can't cut my own hair or style my own hairdo without the approval of the DOD. So my hands are tied. In a sense, he's saying, no matter what we uncover, no matter what conclusions that we draw based on our investigations for Congress, our hands are tied. If DOD doesn't approve it, we can't release that, right? Now, this is interesting because you got David Grush, who testified under oath, right? And he's like, I gave all the details needed to verify these accusations, these allegations, to Thomas Monheim, who was the ICIG, Intelligence Community Inspector General at the time, or one of them. And it's amazing to me that he says that, and how come the media hasn't tried to follow up with him? Get an interview with Thomas Monheim. Apparently, he has the street addresses. He has all the details that we need to verify these. And the DOD took the clearances away from Grush because they knew that if Grush could get into a skiff with select members of Congress, he would reveal all those details that he can't say publicly. And Congress isn't known for keeping secrets, so it would leak out. So Grush was stripped. And I don't know if he's gotten them back since then, but I know that he was stripped of his clearances.
What do you say to people? Because I always see this in our chat. We're live right now in front of tens of thousands of people. And occasionally I'll see someone in the chat room just say, this is all a psyop. It's all a psyop. When you've been so deeply involved in this for generations of research, what do you say to someone who says this is all a psyop, James?
I think I completely understand that position. And I've actually explained this to people in the past. One of the reasons why I aligned with David Grush when he was testifying under oath. In fact, I had tears pouring down my face because I had just done a crash retrieval case that I spent 15 years investigating that took place in Varginha, Brazil. in 1996. And after, I think, 12 or 13 years, it came to my attention through very compelling eyewitness testimony that the Americans were involved. The Americans flew in, the gentleman called it USAF, United States Air Force, flew in without Brazilian government authorization, landed their plane in this exact area where this stuff was recovered, loaded some stuff up, and flew back to the United States, all secret below the radar. And I was going, oh my gosh, the Americans were involved. I can't believe this. So what David Grush has said aligns with my 30 plus years of research in countries all around the world. And so if I didn't have that field research, I might say, okay, I concede, but I'm also meeting with these intel folks that are complaining about excessive secrecy and putting themselves in potential harm's way by trying to get this information out. Remind your audience, because people go, oh, the government just sort of had epiphany out of nowhere and decided that the general public needs to know more about UFOs. That's not what happened. There were a couple of government insiders or intel insiders that decided through protest of excessive secrecy to walk some evidence, found a loophole, walk some evidence, but it was risky, out of the Pentagon and onto the front page of the New York Times. And that is why they'd not be able to put the genie back in the bottle. And it's made, elected representatives aware of, like, oh my gosh, maybe there's a lot more to UFOs than swamp gas and misidentified aircraft. And now, in the program now, we've got a gentleman who sat in with senators with alleged firsthand witnesses on the program that are actually the metal benders, people that are working on this stuff in labs underground. And we're living in exciting times, but our representatives need to hear from us. They need to hear from us that we support these efforts.
Well, we're going to have Congressman Luna back on here. We talked about her being back on to talk specifically about UFOs. So maybe we could get the two of you on. I'd love to have both of you on simultaneously.
Would love that.
Do that.
Would love that. I'm working with firsthand witnesses that want to be able to tell the public. In fact, one of them said to me, I'm doing this for my grandchildren. This is why I'm coming forward. I don't want my grandchildren to grow up, not knowing the truth.
A lot of them, I was just going to say, I didn't mean to cut you off, but a lot of them, on their deathbeds, who served in the military and were a part of these programs, finally admitted they were sworn to secrecy under classified. They told their kids when they were dying. So, we need to get past this. I just want to say, James, I love your work. If one of my favorite movies, one of my favorite documentaries is The Phenomenon. I haven't yet seen the program. We've been moving and building this new studio. So that's on my sort of, when I'm finally done with all that hard work, I'm going to sit down and enjoy myself and watch your newest film. And really excited to see that. So just amazing work. I highly recommend our audience go check out your documentaries. Where's the best place they can find them? Are they available to buy? Where do you rent them?
Amazon. You can rent it. You can rent the program on Amazon for a few bucks. You can buy it. You can go to Apple TV. And then Moment of Contact and The Phenomenon are available on a few free streaming platforms. You can just Google The Phenomenon, Moment of Contact, and the program, which just came out a couple months ago, and that's on Amazon and it's on Apple TV.
Well, James,
thank you so much.
James Fox, it's been a thrill having you here. I'd love to have you back. We'll do a deep dive interview if your schedule allows it in the next couple of weeks. How does that sound?
Would love it. Wonderful. I really appreciate you guys having me on. Thank you very much.
And by the way, I'm going to say this to my wife, James. I want to join you, if you go on a big assignment somewhere where you need somebody to come kind of tag along.
This is not news to Natalie.
Yeah,
this is not news to me.
We've been married 15 years. I said
I will bring you to Brazil if you're serious.
Yes, I would love to. Yes. I'm serious.
I'm Portuguese. So
yes, I speak the language, so I would be
even
happy
better.
Exactly. James, great to see you. Thank you so much for your incredible work. And we'd love to have you back on here. We'll do a deep dive. We'll get you on with Congressman Luna if our schedules align. Thank you so much.
Anytime.
James. Great to see you.
And anytime. And I appreciate very much what you guys do. And thank you for having me on.
Joining us now is one of the best journalists and researchers of our generation, the author of One Nation Under Blackmail, Whitney Webb. Whitney, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, thanks, Kim. That's very flattering. I'm happy to be here.
Well, you are. The truth is the truth. And Whitney, I speak the truth. And you are one of the best researchers and journalists of our generation for sure.
Thanks.
Speaking of which, recently, Ian Carroll was on Joe Rogan and he mentioned you. And this made a lot of, he talked about you. He then went to social media and talked about you. And you clarified some things that you felt like were not represented correctly in that obviously very widely seen interview on Joe Rogan, which I don't know why you haven't been on Joe Rogan, quite honestly. That's
I have ideas.
Hey Joe, get Whitney on.
Yeah.
If there's somebody to be, what do you think? Do you want to share why you think you haven't been on?
Sure. Well, I know that he's quite cozy really to a lot of the big tech bros that have lined up in recent months with the current administration. And some of them I've been critical for a long time, sort of the Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, more broadly, the PayPal mafia network, obviously very associated with, the UFC network that's owned by Ari Emanuel, and some of those figures that I've been pretty critical of in the past. So I would assume, it's sort of related to that, because a lot of the people that he's tended to have on, at least lately, tend to be pretty much across the board very supportive of PayPal mafia involvement, intimate involvement in government, and I am not. So I would assume it's somewhere along those lines, but I'm not necessarily involved in those decisions, and I don't know if I'd necessarily blame Rogan personally either, who's been actually rather complimentary of my work and has mentioned it several times on his show. But ultimately, very large podcasts like that have people that are involved with guest booking, for example, and may make decisions that Rogan isn't necessary, or turn down guests that Rogan might want to have on. I mean, who knows how those things really operate.
It might. I mean, the reality of it's probably not him making a lot of those decisions. He's probably very busy, and it's not that he's not the final line. I'm sure he is, but you can only control what your staff brings to you. I mean, you can't control what your staff brings to you, and you can only say yes or no to what they present in front of you. And so if there's gatekeepers, I mean, that's kind of like the White House chief of staff, right? The gatekeepers there.
Yeah.
And you're only presented with what you're presented with, and you get those options. And that's why it's really important to choose the right people who are around you to ensure that they're not going to gatekeep in a way that's
sure.
But also, when you're making hundreds of millions of dollars and you're parts of large platforms, you're going to have gatekeepers.
Well, I think even more than that too, a lot. I think it's been pretty clear with this administration and in last year's election that podcasts were really seen as a more important outlet for reaching the public than mainstream media, which I think is also pretty significant. So a lot of the biggest podcasts have definitely been arguably more influenced than others by that regard. And a lot of these bigger podcasts, Rogan included, having Trump on, having JD Vance on. And I've been, of course, very critical of JD Vance's longtime benefactor, I guess you could say, Peter Thiel, who's also been on the Rogan podcast. I don't, I think he, some people there would prefer I didn't really maybe discuss some of those ties, because they do come up in my Epstein related work. And some people, I guess in the case of, Ian perhaps has been pretty supportive of Musk and some of these figures in government, but also, does cite a lot of research for my book. So perhaps that was, reasoning, but it's speculative. Again, I don't really know. And I'm happy for him that he had a chance to do, a big interview on, the biggest podcast in the world, I guess. But as you noted, I did have some criticisms, but as it related specifically to my book in my work, because I felt like some of the things that were conveyed weren't necessarily 100% accurate. And so because that's seen by so many people, and I'm not really doing that many interviews right now, and I'm not as active maybe as I used to be on social media and things like that, obviously people are going to develop conceptions and opinions about my work that are being given by someone other than me. And so I felt it was necessary to kind of I don't know, clarify a few things.
And the thing that you wanted to clarify was that you've never made the claim that Epstein was Mossad.
Well, that was one of the two, I guess, main things that I wanted to clarify. So, yeah, essentially, my book does argue for a significant tie of between Epstein and the state of Israel. But really, the claims that are detailed in my book argue for a tie between Epstein and really Israeli military intelligence, more specifically as it relates to like a formal Israeli intelligence agency. And Mossad isn't necessarily part of Israeli military intelligence, but is obviously part of the broader Israeli national security apparatus. And
What
is
the name of the Israeli military intelligence arm?
Well, so there's a military directorate that controls all of the Israeli military intelligence agencies. That's called Amman. And that was basically run by Ehud Barak, a close Epstein associate in the mid-1980s at the time that Epstein was alleged to have been recruited into that network via, Robert Maxwell. Some of the claims for this come from former Israeli military intelligence operatives like Ari Ben Menashe, but also some other sources that have remained anonymous but are deemed to be credible, and some other things, that happened over the years. And obviously there was some sort of tie there, as Epstein was awaiting, for example, his sweetheart deal sentencing, in the 2007-ish period. He was in Israel, presumably considering not returning to the U.S. to face, whatever sentence he was going to be doled out. It was during the sentencing period, I believe. But according to, local reports and, Palm Beach newspapers, he was touring Israeli military bases, which is kind of unusual if you're just a reclusive billionaire,
right.
Accused of
why do you think
sex crimes. You're just,
do you think it's true that Israel, bringing up the fact that he was thinking about not coming back? I mean, we've seen a lot of claims about Israel protecting pedophiles. I mean, do you think that there's some truth to that?
Yeah, I do. But I there's a figure that I've sort of been writing about who's not necessarily a pedophile, but he's accused of rape. The film director, Brett Ratner, who has some interesting ties to sort of the network behind Epstein and also to the Diddy cases. And a lot of organized crime ties that don't really seem to have been previously reported as it relates to Ratner. And Ratner was basically granted an Israeli passport a week after being Netanyahu's special guest at the UN alongside Alan Dershowitz. And he had previously, Ratner, done a major joint venture with this Australian billionaire named James Packer, who is one of the main figures in the Netanyahu corruption trial that's still ongoing for bribery and things like that. So there's a lot of strange things that sometimes happen in these power networks, and sometimes, and I'm aware of other cases as well that involve pedophiles specifically, where allegedly, they're granted the right to immigrate, and it's, all the circumstantial available evidence points to them evading charges in other countries and what have you. But that,
So as long as they're Jewish, though, I mean, just to be clear, they're not like bringing in a bunch of pedophiles, they're not like, any and all sex offenders. And
no, Israel is, Israel's openly, at this point, an ethno state. So it's only for that specific demographic that benefits from those types of immigration policies there. Sure. Mm-hmm.
And it's our greatest ally. I mean, what's so insane to me is that people, especially on the right, Israel's getting plenty of criticism on the right, which is really nice to see, but it's also getting a lot of protection from people on the right. And a lot of them are these, Christians or Catholics, and they claim that they care about kids and their number one top priority is kids and the pedo circles that they want to crack down on. And yet they just seem to gloss over the fact that there's, that the Epstein operation clearly looked like a blackmail operation, and that they had no problem using underage kids in order to get that blackmail done. And the fact that Israel does seem to allow any sort of Jewish sexual offender or pedophile to run off and escape without being extradited back to wherever they committed the crime. I mean, how can people defend this? I just don't understand the defense. I understand Congress and them being bought off, right? I understand the big money interests. I don't understand the average commentator and why they're, I mean, unless they're also being paid too, which is very possible.
Well, I think these days a lot of influencers are being paid, and there are, scandals that have sort of mini scandals, I guess, that have sort of come out to that effect. But, as it relates, just the Epstein scandal alone, depending on what side of the political divide you fall on and how easily manipulated you are, like what influencers or podcasters or whatever that you follow, there's efforts to link Epstein to certain names specifically. So in the right, a lot of people tend to look at Epstein as, Epstein and Bill Clinton, Epstein and Kevin Spacey, Epstein, and just specific names. And then of course on the left will be a more focus on Epstein and Donald Trump and figures that are more, hated by that particular political demographic right now. And there's consistently been an effort to sort of focus on the salacious material of Epstein, the celebrity aspect, his ties to famous people, or his ties to politicians of one particular divide, so that depending on who you're listening to can create an echo chamber, and people, on the right in particular, may not necessarily connect Epstein's activities to,
a blackmail
Israel.
operation for the state of Israel. Right.
Sure.
Like, rather than just it being, it was a bunch of rich people who are sick. I mean, that's, you make a good point. That's kind of what everybody's well, not everybody, but there's a lot of people that are kind of just reducing it to that. And it's like, no, this thing was way bigger than that. This is an assault on all of us, on every single American, is what that was. And Europe as well. They collected a lot of blackmail on Europeans also, not just the United States.
Well, I mean, it's a global thing, and it's been going on for a very long time. But I do want to go back to why I chose to clarify this in particular on Twitter, because as we've just talked about, I do absolutely think there was an Israeli state connection in some capacity, even if not Epstein being directly affiliated with, Mossad as an agency. But I do basically what the thesis of my book is something much broader than that. I basically argue that Epstein was part of this transnational network that's also really transgenerational. That was created through basically this fusion of organized crime interests and intelligence agencies going back to the 1940s. And this, of course, would predate the existence of the state of Israel, which wasn't created until 1948. And these networks had already essentially come together by that point in time. And, I essentially argue that there's a significant amount of CIA ties, US intelligence ties as well in this network, and that, they're transnational in scope. And a lot of the organized crime network that's affiliated with this spans, has a lot of interests in both the U.S. and Israel, but also, has expanded through partnerships, for example, between people like Robert Maxwell and Simeon Mogilevich to Eastern Europe, Russia, and beyond. And I think a lot of the stuff, for example, that sort of percolated up what was true about the stuff people were trying to go after Trump for in Russiagate was really more related to this specific organized crime network. But you can't go deep enough to prosecute anything without coming up with ties to powerful people in Israel and also the U.S. And it's ultimately, affects, at least as it relates to the U.S., both parties very significantly. Yeah. And I talked a lot about in my book about this particular network of oligarchs based in the U.S. That have been referred to by the Wall Street Journal as either the study group and the mega group, and how they seem to have a lot of influence over what Epstein was doing, and also, the governments of both countries, and pretty much most of the known members or earliest members of that group, including, Leslie Wexner and Charles and Edgar Bronfman, have historic, if not continuing ties to organized crime. So I basically make a much bigger case than saying Epstein was Mossad, for example. I think just saying Epstein was Israel is kind of reductive, because in trying to, if you really are interested in sort of informing people and with the intent of undoing this power structure's control over society, you have to understand that it's much bigger than any one nation state. And I think also, just like people trying to say Epstein was CIA, or for example, without mentioning Israel, it can be kind of myopic. You're absolving one of the other intelligence factions that was absolutely involved, and sort of taking people away from the fact that power the power of these networks is transnational. It's not exclusive to a single nation state. And I think, those are ultimately important points. And what the evidence shows about Epstein is that he's tied to this particular network that knits together organized crime like oligarchs with intelligence agencies, and the influence that those networks have had, not just on Epstein's own network, but how Epstein, is basically middle management or a force for that broader network, and how he's making ties, for example, with every single major big tech CEO of importance. Obviously, Bill Gates got a lot of the focus, but, Mark Zuckerberg, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Sergey Brin, Larry Page, all of these people had some connection with Epstein.
But I mean, we do have to start somewhere with
Mhm.
it. I understand what you're saying, that this is a collaboration there's a lot of different powerful people with a lot of different powerful interests, and it spans the entire globe. And so it's not just, you can't just reduce it to Israel's influence on all of this. I mean, Israel can only have so much influence. So as long as, you can only blackmail people so much. A lot of it has to be them wanting to be a part of whatever it is you're doing, because they've got their own agenda, their own interests in whatever it is that they're, if you're an oligarch and you're going to make a bunch of money, you don't need to be blackmailed, right? I mean, you could just of course, the blackmail helps to keep you, to make sure that you're on the hook, but it's certainly, if you have your own interests, then it's even better because you're motivated. And so I see what you're saying, that this is like larger than just one intel agency or one nation. But I think the thing that makes it most offensive about Israel, because I do think we have to crack down on all of the influence, the oligarchy, the power structures that are everywhere. And I understand that they're harder to but they're harder to pinpoint and suss out when they're not as, a country is easy to say, all right, a country has been controlling, and a country has been blackmailing.
But who controls the country, right?
Yeah, but I think what makes it the most offensive, what makes Israel more offensive, just blatantly, is the fact that what they're getting at. I mean, it's one thing for like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Peter Thiel, like here in the United, these are Americans. I think they're all Americans, right? Have they all gotten American citizenship? I think.
Well, at this point, they have American citizenship. Not all of them are, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
So they're Americans who, they're siphoning perhaps the world or the American people for resources to an American company. I think and for their own control and their own money. And I think we can all say, yeah, we want to crack down on that because we don't want to be controlled or surveilled or have this kind of thing over us. But I think it's less offensive than a foreign country controlling us. And not only that, not only are they siphoning resources from us, but they're waging war. I mean, we're going to war on behalf of them. We're killing kids on behalf of them. And that is, I think, extra perilous, that causes us to focus more on Israel. And it's like, if we could just, I kind of wonder if we just rooted that out, and if we expose the fact that they've been able to blackmail our nation and our politicians and everybody, then we could at least start there and say, all right, let's start with the foreign country that's causing us to kill kids. And then from there, once we unravel that, then we could say, oh yeah, now all these players are also connected to all of these other things that we have to unravel.
Sure. But unfortunately, it's a little more complicated than that. I'll give you an example. So like Leslie Wexner's philanthropy at a time when his tax attorney was shot in the face and it was deemed linked to organized crime, and Leslie Wexner was tied to organized crime by Columbus. Ohio reports he, is creating the Wexner Foundation, and one of the main focuses of that was not just training up Jewish American leaders in the United States, but also, people that would later go and serve in the government of Israel, and greatly influencing them through, the Wexner Foundation's Israel Fellowship and things like that, and later teaming up. For example, that kind of same line of the Wexner Foundation with the World Economic Forum's Young Global Leaders program and things like that. So a lot of times these oligarchs can have a very outsized influence. And in the case of Israel, you have a lot of ostensibly American billionaires buying off Israeli politicians. And so there tends to be a lot of, transnational stuff going on, because what happens when you have someone like Sheldon Adelson, who was the biggest Republican donor and biggest donor to Trump during Trump's first administration. He's ostensibly the biggest donor in American politics at that point of time, but he's also on video saying that all he cares about is being a good citizen of Israel and that his children serve later in the IDF. It ultimately, you can pinpoint perhaps, some of this coming from the intelligence, apparatus of Israel. But when you also have political power and politicians being essentially dominated by money flows, by billionaires financing both countries, because Adelson also, couldn't directly donate to Netanyahu, but bought entire newspapers to promote him in Israel domestically, basically de facto donating to him. There's a lot of influence there. And, an American billionaire, Ronald Lauder, is directly responsible for Netanyahu becoming prime minister at all in the late 90s. So there's a lot of, I think, importance in looking at this particular transnational group and their influence, because a lot of them are very supportive of the ethno-supremacist paradigm that is typified by the current administration of Israel that Netanyahu leads, and obviously has been kind of a force in Israel for some time. But I think it's, they're very active in promoting that ideology, and they're big funders to organizations like the ADL, for example, that train the FBI in what constitutes a hate crime or hate speech. And now that you're having, for example, the current administration move to criminalize certain types of hate speech, targeting a specific group, and the ADL also has ties to, the state of Israel as well as this transnational organization, it becomes very problematic for both countries. So I don't know. I think it is a lot more complicated than just trying to blame one nation state, because, you can try and go after Israel for that, but you're not going to be able to unless you realize that a lot of the power structure that enables that activity in Israel, has a lot of antecedents with, entities or people based in the United States.
That's where it gets really tricky, because there's so many, and that's like the problem with AIPAC, right? Is that their excuse is, well, we're Americans, so we're allowed to donate to the political, and just like Sheldon Adelson saying that he's like a devout Israeli, but he's an American, and so he was allowed to donate to our political system.
Yeah.
And that's so that makes it quite complicated.
Well, I mean, if you look at, history too of some of the most scandalous CIA operations of the last several decades, a lot of them were done jointly with Israeli intelligence. And so if you are interested, for example, in tackling the quote unquote national security deep state of the United States, it is completely tied up with the intelligence agencies of Israel at this point, to the point that, I've been arguing in some of the work I've done for probably over almost a decade now, that really the U.S. has a binational security state. And then again, the military and intelligence apparatus's dependence on a lot of, Israeli intelligence cutouts, arguably, and cybersecurity, a critical infrastructure and other things. It means that you can't really talk about separating the ties of the U.S. from its ostensible greatest ally without looking at those points. And so there's been a major effort to try and kind of prevent that separation from really even being possible. But a lot of it is made possible by these moneyed interests that greatly influence both countries. But again, it's broader than the U.S. and Israel, but you can see it very significantly by looking at the oligarch networks of those two countries in particular.
Yeah. I mean, it's a matter of national security, but at this point, because they've infiltrated our national security so deeply, like you've mentioned, that it's like, how do you unravel the two? But that's why they keep saying they're our greatest ally, and the rest of us are like, why exactly? I mean, what exactly have they ever done?
But our national security apparatus, I would argue, was compromised before Israel was even created by these organized crime interests, which was really a specific faction of organized crime that grew out of what was referred to once as the National Crime Syndicate, which was really a meeting of the Jewish mob and the Italian mafia, Mayor Lansky and Charles Luciano. Before that, organized crime in the U.S. had sort of been separated in ethnic silos. right? So there's the Irish mob, there's the Jewish mob, there's, it's by nationality or ethnicity. And they sort of broke that model down and became infinitely more successful than everyone else. But you could argue also that after Luciano was, deported to Europe and all of this, that really the Lansky syndicate ended up taking all
being
the
more in
chips.
control.
So
do you
to
think that's
speak.
what happened to JFK? I mean, do you think that the reason why he was killed was Israel or Jewish lobby or mafia, the Jewish mob and the Italian mob? Or
So I'm not an expert on the Kennedy assassination, because it's one of those things that you have to spend years, I think, becoming an expert in the topic to really pontificate about it.
Yeah.
But I have obviously brushed up against various entities that have been blamed by other researchers who have taken that time for having at least some significant role in the Kennedy assassination. And ultimately, I think it's the same network that I argue was behind Epstein, which is a meeting of U.S. intelligence interests and Israeli or Zionist intelligence interests and organized crime. But if you see that, in World War II, the U.S. intelligence apparatus formerly teamed up with the specific organized crime network. And then that organized crime network armed the Haganah, the precursor to the IDF. And then a lot of these organized crime like billionaire families that are still prominent, like the Bronfmans, furnished Israel's early national security state with, what would now in today's money be billions of dollars in weapons. It kind of starts to make more sense of how we ended up here, so to speak. So if our interest is really to interrogate, power here and where a lot of, what we're observing today, where did it come from? We have to understand the history and realize that this is basically something much bigger than any one nation state. And in order to sort of understand how we can extricate ourselves from it, we have to have a pretty good idea of what this power structure ultimately is, right?
How do you not just get I listen to you and I just think, I give up. I mean, there's no way we're never going to take it back. We're never going to unravel this. It's too powerful. Just live a nice life, go garden and give up. I mean, how do you?
Well, I think you can live a nice life and garden and also not give up, which is what I attempt to do. I mean, basically, at the end of the day, these entities and this power structure have been successful because people have not really been aware of what's been going on and how interconnected a lot of these oligarch networks ultimately are, and how connected they are to our national security state. Because a lot of people, if we're just talking about, back to my point earlier, talking about Mossad, talking about the CIA, who does the CIA work for? Who does Mossad work for? In the case of the CIA, it's very clear that it was created by Wall Street bankers who entered into questionable alliances with organized crime, and bankers and organized crime are both ultimately interested in expanding their rackets and is making as much money as possible. And so eventually you have certain economic networks, and these alliances dominated what is now corporate America, the multinational corporation. That's who the CIA has, throughout most of its history, conducted coups on behalf of. So we have to go a level up if we really want to know what's going on, and look beyond CIA and Mossad and see, who's really, at least at the scale up, a key part of the power structure that's really running the show, because, it's important for them that the public doesn't really look that high up, because then it just seems like we can't really do anything about it. But I think people ultimately can. And what I've argued for a long time is, people need to try and extricate themselves, from, the biggest iteration of what this mob is today, which is really big tech, which is, again, a lot of these CEOs connected to figures like Epstein or other questionable associations. And also almost all of the big Silicon Valley companies today have origins or funding tied to the CIA or to DARPA or to entities like that. and that we should boycott them as much as possible and not use their services as much as possible and not be dependent on these entities, because if we're dependent, then, you know, they can do whatever they want to us.
Yeah.
And so, you know, the best way to not give up is to work to be as independent of those systems as possible. Because if we're dependent on them, you know, you're basically a slave to these people at the end of the day, which is what I think most Americans do not want. But I think there's a lot of efforts being made to sort of keep people in the box of where they think, oh, well, if I vote for this party or this politician and this candidate, I don't have to do anything to ensure my independence from the system. I can remain dependent on the system and hope that politician XYZ will magically you know, save the day and fix the country and, you know, end this ruling power of the 80 plus years of, you know, intelligence and organized crime. Yeah, I think it's really something that has to be sort of done on an individual level, and people need to take individual responsibility if they don't want to be part of this system, particularly as we move into this increasingly digital future that these very small handful of companies are going to completely control. Which kind of brings me to my other criticism in the aforementioned tweet about, you know, claims that were made about my work. So Ian in that interview described some of my work on big tech CEOs, namely Peter Thiel. He used the word unhinged. He later said that he didn't mean to use that word and should have used a different word. But in the context of saying that, also said that my, you know, my historical facing work, like on Epstein's history, was valuable. But basically, you know, and more or less implied that my work on current figures is not. But actually, my work on Peter Thiel is intimately connected to my work on Epstein. And in my book, One Nation Under Blackmail, I basically conclude with the point that someone like Epstein is no longer really relevant for intelligence services or organized crime networks or oligarch networks in the age of technology. And why is that? So back in the day, you have Epstein and a litany of other figures like him, which I detail figures in my book. He was obviously not an anomaly at all. But that type of sexual blackmail operation comes with a lot of risk. It takes a lot of money to finance, you know, the person who's running it, their mansion, their parties, paying off women, all of these money flows. It can be risky. And it certainly ended up being that in the Epstein case, right? Because he was kind of, he was discovered, arrested twice, and it obviously took a lot of money to cover things up, at least the first time and arguably the second time as well, where he ended up dead. So what's a better alternative? Well, if you have everyone onboarded onto digital systems that you control, like the CIA being at the origins of Google, DARPA being at the origins of Facebook, the CIA being at the origins of Oracle, and a lot of these other entities, Bill Gates and Microsoft having ties to the Maxwell family as early as the late 90s and things like that. And obviously Gates and Epstein, you know, what does that ultimately mean? Like, I think, you know, at this point in time, we've learned through either whistleblowers or other means that intelligence agencies access or can access pretty much any part of our digital footprint, no matter how secure we tend to think it is. And that's like with revelations about, you know, ostensibly secure messaging apps like Signal being compromised or having had some sort of military funding in its origins or what have you. You know, it's much easier to suck up all of Americans' communications without a warrant, and that necessarily is in the hands of a lot of these same agencies with dubious track records that have engaged in blackmail in the past, like the CIA, for example. And so, you know, with that kind of technology, you don't really need someone like Epstein anymore. Someone like Epstein becomes expendable because you can use technology for that. And I argue in the book that Peter Thiel's Palantir was basically a repurposing of this DARPA program called Total Information Awareness that was developed by the Iran-Contra criminal who was exonerated by William Barr when he covered Iran-Contra and other notable scandals of the era up in the first Bush administration. Poindexter's considered the father of modern surveillance, and it was basically he was running this total information awareness program. Peter Thiel and Alex Karp came to him, being connected through Richard Pearl, who has longstanding ties to the state of Israel and also the U.S. neoconservative movement, and also Netanyahu. Basically, bringing those together, looking for a way to privatize total information awareness after it came under congressional scrutiny and was ultimately defunded by Congress because of private outrage that it would eliminate the constitutional right to privacy for all Americans, which is absolutely true. But the outrage disappeared when it was entirely a private company, and Palantir was incubated by the CIA. The CIA was its first customer for its several years. It was a client, and now it's a key part of, IDF AI mass slaughter in Gaza. And has been a key part of the U.S.-Israel relationship since then. But more specifically, domestically in the U.S., it is the engine on which the warrantless mass surveillance runs. It collects everything about everyone and makes it disposable to intelligence agencies. And it's very easy to find blackmail on people with an entity like Palantir being so widely used.
That to me is really scary. The fact that, with the internet and everybody's on the internet, and also people can plant stuff on your devices. They can.
Another great point. It's true.
So we're all blackmailable, unfortunately, at this point.
The digital era has certainly changed things, and I think that's why it's very interesting that you have sort of Epstein, after his first arrest, pivot so much towards Silicon Valley and these, major Silicon Valley CEOs whose companies were built up with national security state involvement. You have someone like Epstein, who was tied not just to sex blackmail, but arms trafficking and money laundering for intelligence, being involved with these people to a significant degree. Some of these big tech CEOs like Sergey Brin and even Elon Musk were subpoenaed or attempted to be subpoenaed as part of the USVI JP Morgan case, for example, that was settled to keep the trial from happening, to keep all of that evidence out of court, arguably. But it's very problematic. And by the way, JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon, the reason Jamie Dimon is CEO of JP Morgan is because of two of these mega group billionaires, the Crown family and Leslie Wexner, because they installed him as head of this Bank One, that later merged with JP Morgan, and after the merger happened, Dimon's in charge of JP Morgan. So it's really shouldn't be any surprise that Epstein did so much banking for his, trafficking operations with JP Morgan in particular. But again, not a lot of interest in looking at that. But a lot of these entities have so much influence over so many industries, and so again, I think just focusing on specific intelligence agencies, it's important to understand that there's a lot more going on than just that. And ultimately, those spy agencies are working for somebody and are controlled by some buddies, right?
Yeah, I give up. I'm just going to go start gardening. It's just that the web of it is, and you bring up a great point when it comes to tech. And I don't know how anybody could ever call you unhinged, quite honestly, or any of your takes unhinged. You're so well researched and you're putting everything together so well. And, I understand that people don't want to look at somebody like Elon Musk and think, oh, this guy has, because he just seems so innocent in the way he talks and the way he is. And I think that's true.
Well, he's the richest man in the world. And I'm sure the richest man in the world can afford people that, help brand him online and tell him what to wear and how to style his hair and what memes to post and all sorts of things to reach out to the common man. But I think there hasn't been a lot of interest in a lot of prominent media figures and really looking at really any of the PayPal mafia types, namely Musk and Peter Thiel, who in the context of this administration are highly significant figures.
Yeah, I don't think people really want to pay much attention to the PayPal mafia because they like everybody in the PayPal mafia, mostly. Like there's a lot of personality there that people follow and like, and they think that they're going to come in and save the country. And they're using a lot of that language. And I think in some ways they are, because you always want to throw like something good at the people in order to get them on your side. And then you're doing some other things that maybe the people wouldn't agree with, but you just don't talk about it and you hide it, right? Like all the surveillance stuff, the tech stuff, the fact that the military industrial complex has moved mostly into the tech sector. And so now
Silicon Valley and national security are absolutely fused. You can't tell where one ends and one begins anymore. It is absolutely a public-private partnership. 100%. But I think people got outraged, especially during the COVID era, at the public side of the public-private partnership, that now the focus of which side of that is meant to build trust with the public has shifted to the private sector.
Yeah.
We can trust the private sector because the public sector failed us during COVID and during all of these things. Look how corrupt the public sector is. Not denying that there's a lot of corruption in the public sector, but that doesn't mean that there isn't corruption in the private sector as well, or that a lot of these private sector entities, like I mentioned earlier, with a lot of these big tech firms, would not exist if it was not for the public sector and the national security apparatus that created them.
That's what makes me not trust Elon, is the fact that he has all those government contracts, and
he has a lot.
Yeah. So it's like, he's still, even if, like, let's just give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's just say the guy is genuinely a good guy, nice guy. He really does want the best for everybody, but he's still, he's an ideologue on one thing, and that is colonizing Mars, right? We know that is the one thing he wants, for whatever reason, he wants to really do that project. It's like a pet project of his. And it's when you get into those pet projects, like Bill Gates, who I think had the pet project of, I want to be known as saving the world, rather than just the Microsoft guy. And so he goes into the health sector and he starts doing the vaccine stuff. And I think a lot of these stem from a personal drive, a personal desire. And then, of course, because these are so big and they become so unmanageable, there's a lot of other entities that get involved. But I think, if you're Elon Musk and the one thing, your one pet project is Mars, you don't want to piss off the government, because the government won't let you send rockets up into space anymore. I mean, they could tell you, we're not going to let you do that. And if you want the ability, and you want the contracts, and you want all of this stuff, and because you're going to need the funding in order to build a colony on Mars, right? You've got to be pretty rich. So you have to have all of that. I think people underestimate how willing people are to compromise in order to achieve their own personal pet desire or their own, what they believe. And we see that even like with the Zionists, for example, Christian Zionists, who many of them are not bought off by Israel at all. They don't need to be. They were inadvertently, without them realizing it. Their churches were infused with a lot of money. Churches run on donation. A lot of donation was pumped in by Zionists that then told the preachers, go and preach Zionism basically to all of your people and get them to believe. And then they became believers. And then it's like they just genuinely believe it. It's in their soul. Like, I kind of wonder if Mike Huckabee's that way. He's just so pro-Israel that I'm like, is this really, are you bought off, or is it just a zealotness from your religion? And I think it might be more of the zealous. He's just a zealot. So I think Elon is like a zealot for Mars. And when you have that kind of zealousness, you're willing to compromise in order to achieve your ultimate big goal.
Yeah, well, arguably one of the reasons that Musk is so interested in Mars, and he said this on Twitter, is because he wishes to impose he wants to create the Mars technocracy, which is significant because technocracy is a model of government that arguably is being rolled out on sort of a global scale here on Earth right now. And notably, Elon Musk's grandfather was the head of the technocratic movement when it existed, several decades ago in Canada, and has been pretty vocal that he supports the technocratic model. Just in general, which is kind of problematic, because ultimately technocracy is about rule of society by a scientific elite that, ultimately, in terms of its philosophy, view the masses basically as programmable automatons that don't really have free will and are sort of not really that different from animals.
I could see Elon going in that direction. I could see him the way he pumps out babies, and without thinking that, being a father and being actually there matters, the way that he views human beings seems to be along those lines.
A lot of these types of figures certainly view their own genetic stock in a different category as the masses, right? And I think that's
but he clearly just views people as It's like not human, the way he views human beings, even the way he just makes his own children through IVF surrogacy, pumping them out with various different, I mean, even just that mentality is clearly the humanness of humans is not there. Even
I'm
with
not
his own
super
kids.
familiar with his relationship with his own kids, but I am more or less familiar with
He just
some
makes
of the
them in a
other
lab.
ambitions.
I mean, literally.
Yeah,
He
I'm
makes them in a
more
lab.
okay. Well, I'm more focused. I've been more focused on some of his, for example, his ties to, I guess, the Maxwell family or Epstein
Yeah.
world, which
Yeah.
tend to go underreported. And of course, he will publicly posture like he had literally no affiliation at all with them. And I think that is definitely less than honest, and have said this in detail why. In the past, and also on some of his obviously his military contracts, which are pretty significant, but some of his other ambitions as well. For example, for Twitter, openly wanting to turn it into something like WeChat, which has been criticized in the past by people on the right, which now very openly support Musk for being for being an Orwellian system. It's basically a public-private partnership with the state for policing speech, among other things, and for mass surveillance. And it's very likely that Twitter is, moving along those same lines. And the idea of sort of having it be a one-stop shop for all your finances, which is what WeChat kind of is in China, would give Elon Musk a lot of power. Because ultimately, if we're in the age where data is the new oil, instead of having oil barons like we had, back in the 19th century, now we're basically having data barons. And so who runs the infrastructure, who runs the apps, all of that. Musk is poised to be one of the biggest data barons of our age. And what type of power comes with that? Well, it comes with the power to essentially remake society however you want. And so his interest in technocracy, which is also shared by some of these other likely data barons of the future, like Mark Andreessen, for example, among others, should, I think, be scrutinized. And if this is the type of society we want, where we're basically going to be ruled by algorithms that are not human, and only certain people maintain those algorithms. So perhaps, it would be framed as, a more egalitarian society, and that all of society would be governed by the algorithms. But that isn't necessarily true, because you obviously are going to have an upper class that programs and maintains the algorithms and decides what their parameters are and what they do. And this is basically outlined in this book by the former Google CEO Eric Schmidt and Henry Kissinger, that this will inevitably happen when AI takes over government. And you could argue that a lot of the efforts being made by Doge, and I'm not going to say that I'm not defending the stuff they've been ostensibly exposing, because obviously there is a lot of corruption and pork, just like there's pork in the spending bills. Obviously there was plenty of that in the in the public sector, and I don't really think it should be that surprising. But the question is, what is that? What changes is that used to justify? And pretty much across the board, it's putting AI in greater control of government. So if you're if it's your AI, for example, in the case of Elon Musk, Grok, right? Or if it's OpenAI in the case of Sam Altman, and your algorithm has replaced the jobs of 20,000 people, then you have arguably the influence that those 20,000 workers had on the organization that's employing you, or now your algorithm. So, there's a lot of things to be discussed here. And even if people like Elon, it's very complicated to argue that you're furthering the cause of liberty and freedom and all of that when you're centralizing power to such a significant degree and cheerleading that on. And also a lot of policies that Elon Musk has long championed, the right doesn't like carbon pricing, carbon taxes, things like that. Actually a lot of public policies that Musk has long supported are policies that have long been supported by entities like the World Economic Forum. But now, it has a very different sales pitch behind it. A lot of these policies are being framed as libertarian, but there's a lot more I think people should look less at the sales pitch and more on what these policies functionally mean. So as an example, you have the political philosopher who's like the supposed house philosopher of the PayPal mafia, Curtis Yarvin. And Curtis Yarvin has a quote that could have come from Klaus Schwab or Yuval Noah Harari about how the masses need to be dealt with, and that it's a humane alternative to genocide to have people in pods plugged into a virtual world to entertain them and basically be like waxed like bees in a beehive, and basically being plugged into the metaverse or something. I mean, how is that really functionally different? I guess in Yarvin's argument, he would say, well, it would be a corporation or a gov corp, a governing corporation, or a public-private partnership, I guess, that would put you in a pod and control the metaverse, but isn't really that functionally different. And if people can be convinced to buy Teslas after that was the liberal car on the right, just to own the libs. I mean, I think it wouldn't be that hard to make a sizable demographic exist that would get Neuralink in a few years just to own the libs and things like that. It's kind of a slippery slope, and I think people sometimes are naive about how easily we can be manipulated, oftentimes through the engineering and manufacture of celebrities that are pushed in front of us. And the way that algorithms can do that now is extreme. Because they've harvested so much data about us, they have profiled us so extensively, they know exactly what to show you to get you to be persuaded about certain things, depending on what demographic you're in.
We are definitely easy to manipulate and guide in the direction that they want us to be guided in. I mean, it's all very dystopian, Whitney, and I mean, you are a wealth of information. I really appreciate you being on and sharing with us.
Kofi, follow me.